too far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now, or just afraid that you walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling us, dragging me aside. Or you're a constellation, and I'm just a star, blinking in the universe, but you'll never notice me at all. Just believe me, even if the words don't come out, they're here inside my head, stuck inside my mouth.
Hello everybody and welcome to Hearthstone Champions League. This is Nimsh. I'm here with Raven to tell you the story of Day 2. This is Day 2. If you missed Day 1 yesterday, we had Kolento, Stansivka. Raven, who else was there yesterday?
We had Klento, Stansivka, Sixo, and Dog. And Stansivka and Sixo did actually go through, but today we've got Group B, and we can now already see two of the players. The first match is going to be Ekop versus Hoej. The second match going to be RDU versus Pavel. But straight into this game.
Yeah, so Paladin versus Warrior. And let's see. Who has, normally, who do you think has an advantage?
This looks to be like Patron Warrior from Ekop. The Ghoul and the Slam sort of giving it away. And I think the Patron Warrior is normally pretty favoured. The way the Patron Warrior deals with this matchup is, or the perfect way, I guess, is they actually go Despite turn 4 into Patron's turn 5 before the Secret Paladin can play the Mysterious Challenger. So then they have so many minions on the board, and the Paladin isn't good at dealing with Patrons. So then they just gain the tempo from that and just win through board. But if the Secret Paladin can actually keep hold of the board early on and try and dodge those whirlwind effects, then it can be pretty safe and just steamroll like Secret Paladin's kind of known to do.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. If you just go with the perfect curve, Warrior might have trouble dealing with what you play. Also, if Warrior is forced to use Execute earlier, they might not be anything to deal with Mysterious Challenger. What do you think about playing one Big Game Hunter in a Patron deck?
Yeah, it's really interesting actually. Patron's definitely a deck at the moment where there are a couple of slots that are definitely like the player's own choices, like stylistic choice. Some players we've seen use the Face Monkey, some players use Korkron, some players use Shredders, so there's definitely space to put a BGH in there, and it's just yet an easy removal whilst putting a minion on the board as well, so it's pretty reasonable. We'll see if Ekop's using that in his list, but looking at it though, he doesn't have a weapon or patrons yet, so it's definitely looking a little bit rough, and what he's decided now is how he wants to deal with this Mustafa battle board, because that secret's just, well, a secret, I guess. You know, he doesn't quite know what it is, and it's really awkward to try and play around all of them.
Yeah, if that's a competitive spirit, then all those guys will be a 2-2. So if you play a Ghoul, and if they actually increase in size, it will be easy to go for the Ghoul and not give Ekop anything. He had a couple of options. Would you ever consider playing coin on that turn, or do you keep the coin for something bigger, like Lothar?
Yeah, I think because of his hand, he might need to keep the coin. He does have Lothar and Dr. Boom, and nothing else really. The Armor Smith's okay, but it doesn't really impact the board heavily. Whereas he'll want to, because he doesn't have these patrons or anything, or even a weapon, he wants to go into the big drops he does have to try and wrestle the board early as possible versus the Paladin, because that's what's going to be really key. Hoej's got a really interesting decision now, though, whether he goes with Owl, he could Blessing of Kings one of the tokens, run the weapon and the other two in to kill off the Ghoul, but then the issue is, like, your 5/5 has 1 damage on it, which means it can just be executed, and is 5 damage to the face really worth it? Yeah, that's something to think about.
Absolutely, that's a decision he has to make. Personally, I feel like Iron Beak Owl and Haunted Creeper might be a bit better. Just challenge the patron and ask them, do you have that whirlwind? Like, you just threw a Ghoul into those guys, so I have a tool to actually silence the Ghoul and go through it, deal with it easily. So he's deciding to deal with the Ghoul without losing the board and having a couple of smaller dudes. And still, that secret is Avenge, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And just Ekop's card draw, I mean, it must be really rough. He's almost forced into playing the Lothar here, because I think at this point, Armor Smith hero power just isn't going to be good enough. It just doesn't put anything on the board, and with the Battle Rage, you can Battle Rage for 1, but what does that do for 2 mana?
You can slam the Owl. Kill it.
Yay! Proc and Avenge.
Yeah, that would be tough. But
the Lothar goes down.
Raven, about those players, Hoej versus Ekop. We mentioned yesterday that the lineup is stacked, and Hoej, I think about Hoej as the competitor in the last year's road to BlizzCon, where he made it to European champs. He performed really well, and he was knocked out by Skaka, but also the winner of Via Game House Cup and top 4 at DreamHack Winter. So Hoej was super consistent, and obviously winning Gfinity. So super consistent performance from where we've learned about him and from his breakthrough tournament. What do we know about Ekop? How was he doing last year and this year?
Yeah, so Ekop was pretty big on the scene when the game first came out, but this past year he's not really had too many big tournament wins. He got top 4 at the DreamHack Let's Pick, and after that though he's not really had anything too major. 2014 was the year for Ekop, so he's definitely looking at doing putting a good performance on the board now.
All right, so really great players facing each other, and Hoej probably wants to go to follow the steps of Sixo, his teammate, who went through, and then Ekop would like to avoid getting eliminated like Colenso.
Yeah, and looking at this thing now, like this is really rough for Ekop because now Grommash, like he is heading towards the turns where he can drop Boom, drop Grommash, but Ekop's just not drawn any weapons or any of like the mid game in terms of patrons, or even a frothing berserker can be quite difficult for the paladin to deal with because it's something you do have to kill off with the potential for a lot of extra damage by say whirlwind and a board down of muster for battle 1/1s or anything like that. So completely missing the mid range. And speaking of patrons, he's just got one, but we'll see if it's too little too late, as Hoy's going to be able to go into Belcher if he wants to. He can blast it for kings, and then next turn he has Boom.
Yeah, a lot of great options for Hoej, and that patron, even though he got it, he doesn't have any activators there, so normally it's great versus Paladin, but not when the Paladin has the board and can snowball. So looking at Hoej's options here, if you go for Blessing, you will be able to create a dude as well. Belcher can block some attacks, but I believe you still kill the 5/3 anyway with what you have.
Yeah, do you want to bless the Kings to Spider here so it lives from the trade with the Lotheb? Do you want to do it that way, or do you want to run the 4/3 into the Belcher, into the Lotheb? Sorry.
That's a really interesting question. So if you run the 4/3 into well, first I would probably Blessing of Kings, let's say a 1/1, and then attack into Armorsmith, and then attack into Lotheb. But I can absolutely get behind this play as well, because with the Blessing of Kings, what happened was that the trades were a bit awkward. Like you would lose more than gain. And here, even though you're floating 1 mana, you clear the board and you develop your own at the same time.
Yeah, and clearing the board and creating your own is really powerful when your opponent doesn't have a weapon locked in. If there was a Death Bite ready for its second charge this turn, Hoej wouldn't have played that how he did. But now his board's very safe. What's a Patron Warrior actually going to do? Like, there's like potential slam on the 4/2 to kill it, or an execute if you want, but on an empty board, Patron doesn't have the potential burst it used to, so it is reliant on wrestling for that board control in the mid game, and it's just not there for Ekop at the moment. He has just slammed into a Fire War Axe though, so that's actually pretty nice. He can clear off the Beltram. Because he has 2 executes, we might actually see one go down on the 4/3, followed up by a Corsair now.
Yeah, he also got the weapon that was really important, because I want to mention that Red Corsair seemed like a cruel joke for Ekop, just getting it without any weapons. But fortunately for him, he got that weapon from the slam, and put himself in a position where he at least contests this board. But this is the turn where Hoej can make a decision again. So he can go for Dr. Boom, which seems okay. It's a 7 mana creature, really good. But he also has Blessing of Kings and Master for Battle open, where with that he will be able to actually kill the Corsair with the weapon, paying with his health again a bit, and having a big taunt to block the weapon and deal face damage. But Dr. Boom might still be better. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, I think actually because Hoej has just seen an execute used, he might feel much safer about just throwing the 3 minions into the Corsair, again, clear the board, and then just play Dr. Boom, because it's going to be the turn before his opponent can, right? So at worst, they answer with a Dr. Boom, but you have the initiative on the attack. And he's just seen an execute, and then again, there's no Despite Whirlwind effect, so for a quick execute, it needs to either be face tanked or Whirlwind, and if it's Whirlwind, then he can't answer with his own Dr. Boom because he's 1 mana short. So this is pretty good play for Hoej. I like this, but just purely on seeing the execute already.
There was one risk though, the Big M Hunter I've mentioned before. If Ekop would be playing one, then playing a Dr. Boom and getting it BGH'd is a big tempo swing. But for now, it's really good for Hoej. His 9 power on board, he can put 5 more, so 14. Not there yet. But still, it looks amazing. I don't think you expect a brawl from Patron, so maybe he can even... Like, he can just continue doing damage here, I feel, dealing with the board and having a board advantage. So Going for face is an option, but you probably don't want to do it unless you feel like you have enough burst. But you're a paladin, so if you can continue maintaining the board and having more creatures, like the Sludge Belcher is a good pickup, and if you can follow up with Master, I would not hate just trading my boom into boom and bombs into bombs.
Yeah, I kind of like the bombs into bombs and then Belcher into Noble Sacrifice, because then he either runs his weapon into it or runs boom into it, which means that the Belcher should stick, you know, at least one part of it.
Yeah.
Hoy's actually just played the muster, giving his opponent as many potential like whiffs with the bombs as possible. So, I mean, this still makes the Belcher, you know, pretty much soak up the Dr. Boom and the weapon, while still putting a few minions on the board and guarding his Dr. Boom as well. Because if the 2 bombs hit Boom and killed it, you know, Hoy would be pretty upset about that. Since that's, as you said earlier, the majority of his bursts. Like, Paladin doesn't really run much burst straight from hand. It always needs like minions on the board or something like that. So this is pretty good, I think.
By the way, because there is no way to deal with Dr. Boom. So with the buff, with the Blessing of Kings, that's at least +4.
He could Grom into it and execute. Oh no, he can't execute with Grom. He only has 8 mana.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if he armors up, he'll be at 15, and there is at least 9, 10, 14. So he can survive if he armors up and plays a minion, I guess. But that's not something you want to do. Dr.
Yeah, because the issue is if you armor up, you don't really have what's his following turn. Like, yes, he'll be alive on like very little health. Even taking the Blessed of Kings out of it, he'll be alive, but then, like, how does he actually do anything else after that? It's going to be really rough.
Yeah, but he might not just have a different play anyway. I mean, he cannot play. He cannot kill Dr. Boom. So armor up is a really smart choice here. He is alive for now. But there's a bit more damage for Hoy.
It's a pretty reasonable card.
Yeah.
This is going to be pretty good. I guess he's trading. Is he trading into Boom with this? Or oh no, he has to. What am I talking about? I can't. So pretty rough game for Ekop, and as we said earlier, it's as the patron, you really do need to get those Grim Patrons on the board early, or at least draw a weapon to contest the Paladin, because Hoy was almost just left to do what he wanted in the early to mid game there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I miscounted the damage. What did I miss? Like, maybe I missed the attack into the 1/2.
Yeah, it's the extra 1 damage, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll let you off. It's the first game, Nimsh.
Yep, just need to warm
up.
Sorry for that, guy. Sorry for that. I just woke up.
I'm sure chat spotted that before us anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem. They got us covered.
All right, let's talk about the lineups though. So we've seen the Paladin and we've seen the Warrior. Hoy also has Druid and Shaman. And then Ekop has Mage and Warlock.
Oh, really interesting. Interesting to see what Warlock and Mage Ekop's brought, because again, both of those classes, as we talked about a bit yesterday in terms of classes and deck variation within the classes, like the Warlock, we saw a lot of Zoo being popular recently, but on the other hand, you know, Ekop has played Reno in some tournaments and some appearances, and then also his Mage, like Freeze Mage, could be pretty good, but then are you worried a bit about the fact it's a non-ban format? So the Freeze Mage can perform even better, I guess. So it'd be really interesting to see which archetypes Ekop has brought. We do see Hoy's playing his Shaman though, and that looks like, shock horror, a fairly aggressive list.
Oh my goodness, look at this opening from Hoy with double Tunnel Trog. He's just missing an Overload card, but even without an Overload card for now, this will be really threatening. Ekop will be super... Oh, he got the Totem Golem. So this is the perfect opening for Hoy.
Ekop, yet again, is lacking a weapon. Fiery War Axe is so important in this matchup, just to be able to kill off the Tunnel Trog early on, because you just want that card gone. You overcommit into killing those cards if you need to. You just need it gone, or else it can just run away with the game. And there's no executes, there's no weapons, there's nothing that can really deal with this. This pair of Tunnel Trogs.
I just want to see Ekop's expression when he sees the double Trog. Is he showing anything? Nope. Okay.
Oh, because he top decked the War Axe.
Okay, yeah, that's good for him.
I think actually that was just needed because there was a very large chance the game was over if Ekop didn't draw into a weapon. Maybe this turn or next turn.
There was still a chance with maybe unstable goal, like blocking one attack, damaging one of the minions, and then trying to come back with like a whirlwind or a minion followed up by the weapon. But yeah, absolutely, that Fire War Axe was essential.
Yeah, very swiftly though. This is actually looking pretty okay for Ekop now. The Water Axe into the Berserker again. Well, Earthshock's pretty reasonable though to deal with the Berserker if he chooses to, but the Berserker then into say Armorsmith Ghoul, then into Patron in a Rage, because you don't really need to make too many patrons in this matchup initially if you can't, because the Shaman doesn't want to kill stuff, right? The Shaman wants to just hit you in the face. So if they start lightning bolting patrons or crackling or lava shocking patrons, the more time you have to just not die and outlast the Shaman, because the Warrior's hero power as well will just keep putting themselves out of range. So Ekop's now got a pretty reasonable chance.
Yeah, I think he's actually ahead, and Hoej is you would say it's running out of cards, but he has the loot quarter and he has insertion knowledge to refill his hand, so he will have some time. And Ekop now getting the Death Spite as well, so a perfect Death Spite on turn 4 into those 4 patrons. Might just swing the game, even though Hoej started with those double Trog into Golem. That single Fireworks into Death Spite is changing the game.
Yeah, and the fact that he can build the patrons, then drop Ghoul Armorsmith the turn after, which is Ekop's already seen one Earthshock. Very difficult to stop the Ghoul, giving the Warrior a ton of armor that turn. So Ekop looks like he's feeling pretty good about this, and even the Feral Spirits from Hoej might not be enough at this point.
Look at his face. He's so happy.
Yeah, Ekop definitely always got this happy face on that he's known for.
This is his happy face for sure.
Yeah, it's really odd that if you just look at Ekop's camera, you're like, how does he look like he's winning or losing this game? And he's got his head in his arm like, oh yeah, this looks terrible. And it's like, no, Ekop, you're winning.
But on the other hand, Hoej is actually also super peaceful when you look at him. And when he plays tournaments, you can never say if he's nervous or not. I still remember the time when he won Affinity. We were telling him that, hey, you were not nervous, like, you looked great. And he's like, really? I was dying inside.
Yeah, he has, Hoej has one of the best poker faces in Hearthstone, to be honest. Like, anything can happen, and his face just doesn't change. He's just sat there like, yeah, okay. There can be, the most crazy, unstable portal into Deathwing against him, and he's still just like, well, it's Hearthstone, yeah, I'll just carry on win this game anyway. It's super chill.
Well, while saying that, he's actually shaking his head. He's like, nope, I cannot get out of this.
He's normally super chill. I would be shaking my head too, though, if I had to deal with this patron. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The second the aggro shaman is lava bursting a patron, when you still have 3 on the board, 2 of which can generate more patrons, and you've got to be feeling pretty good. And I think this Armorsmith into a Ghoul armor up is feeling pretty likely.
It feels like a concede from Hoej. I think when you see that, when you look at your options, you'll just concede, and that's basically it. Because in the next 2 turns, you have no card that can make you come back from the situation. And as you mentioned before, this is not the Shaman's plan. You do not want to contest this board unless he has Elemental Distraction.
Nope. Or at least he didn't draw it. But also, the fact that he had to use Earthshock early on, a lot of these decks only run 1. So it's not as if it's like, okay, if I top deck Earthshock the Armorsmith, then, like you said, maybe get some AoE after that. I've still got a chance. It's like, if he's only playing 1 Earthshock, he cannot kill that Ghoul without generating at least 7 armor, which is then just too much on top of the Warrior being able to hero power as well.
Yeah, and now he still has to win with the Shaman deck, and Ekop has that Mage and Warlock, so we'll see how it works. Ekop didn't bring a Paladin, and normally Shaman deck is this free win versus Paladins, but if there's no Paladin, can you win with the deck?
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one, because just jumping out at me in terms of Ekop's lineup, if it's Freeze Mage, or even Tempo to a certain extent, we could be looking like an anti-Paladin lineup.
Yeah.
So his Patron Warrior obviously lines up pretty well. We'll pretty swiftly find out what this Warlock is. And then the Mage, whether it's Freeze or Tempo, do pretty well versus Secret Paladin. So Ekop just could be trying to just single out the deck now. And here's yet another Zoo lock, which is fantastic. I love this deck at the moment.
Yeah, it's an amazing deck, and it's a great matchup for Ekop. So Zoo always was good versus Druids, especially versus Druid that misses his Wild Growth. We'll see if Hoej will be able to pick it up, but Gormok, he is running it, and he is going hard on this first turn.
Yeah, this seems very much, or at least, if not exact, but similar to the list we saw Sixo run yesterday.
Yeah.
That he's a fan of. And although Hoej missed his Wild Growth, he did have Wrath at least, so he can remove like the Flaming, which is the key danger at the moment in terms of pushing damage. So that at least, slows Ekop down a little bit.
It does slow him down, but on the other hand, Hoej doesn't have a turn 3, turn 4 play. Ekop's turn 2 is not great with just Life Tap, but he got a turn 3, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, the scary thing with Zoo as well is like, because the curve is so low, like even if you have to Life Tap, well, next turn's almost guaranteed to be playable, right? Because you have so many low curve minions that you can definitely squeeze at least 1 or 2 in per turn quite easily.
Oh man, Raven, it really feels bad to Shapeshift on turn 3, but you know what's worse? Shapeshift on turn 4.
Yeah. No. He hit Savage Draw now to kill the Voidwalker. Confirmed. We did see at Gfinity Hoej. Yeah, okay, maybe not now. He's got Wild Growth. We did see Gfinity Hoej was playing Druid versus Paladin, and he actually Savage Draw on 3 to kill a Juggler off, and it ended up actually being one of the winning plays of that specific game. So
Yeah.
Hoej is such a good player. He has some very heads up plays and things that don't look obvious. But when you look at the game as like a whole picture, it actually works out really well.
Absolutely. But for now, it doesn't look good. He will only have on turn 6 that Azure Drake, which is an easy prey for Ekop's minions. And Ekop can do whatever he wants uncontested for now, just playing the best cards he has at the moment. And he still has a great follow-up. He has Iron Beguile for a Silence, for a Taunt. He has Implosion and Abusive to deal with something that is being played by Hoej, and he still has a nice board.
I think what's important this turn is that unless Hoej actually kills the Voidwalker, Ekop can quite happily play Abusive Sergeant and then Gormok Battlecry. So he can Abusive Sergeant the Voidwalker and then Gormok, this Druid of the Claw, straight up and just kill it.
Yeah.
That's it. Feels like a pretty reasonable turn. If I was the Zoo player, I'd be pretty okay with this turn versus Druid.
Would you be? Really? After
Yeah, I
the
think it's
shapeshift and
okay,
everything?
right? It's okay. It does the job, I suppose. Just playing another 4/4, deal 4 damage, throwing away your Voidwalker that soaked up 2 hero powers from the Druid.
And then you can tell your grandchildren, like, remember when Daddy played in the $5,000 tournament? I mean, like $10,000, but I've won like 5,000. I had this turn with Gormok.
Yeah. Do you remember when Gormok just won the game for me? Yeah, that was a good day.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well,
this is rough. I mean, is there even realistically a way? I mean, I think Hoej might just have to play Dr. Boom here and hope.
yeah, it seems like this is one of the turns where you're so behind that you hope your opponent has 4 Angry Chickens in hand, and you just slam boom to get a remote chance of winning. Because if you just go for, well, Ancient of Lore and Heal doesn't change anything, you just lose it, and there is no way to come back. Like, you just prolong your death. With Dr. Boom, if your opponent doesn't have anything, you at least have a chance to fight back.
Yeah, but we can see that Ekop does, and this is going to be lethal with the Doom Guard all to face. But something you again, like you said, Nimsh, you have to appreciate is if you're on Hoy's end, you make the play that actually has the chance of you winning the game, and not the play that just makes you draw out the game one more turn, then you die.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Ekop takes game number 3, gets a lead 2-1 versus Hoej, and now he is left with his mage deck. So we will see what kind of mage is that, and Hoej can pick his druid or the other deck he has, which is.
This is really scary, actually, because think in Hoy's position, he has druid and secret paladin, right?
Yeah.
So if he picks druid, he will want Ekop's mage to be freeze.
He has Shaman, actually, as the deck that's left.
Oh, yeah, he won. Sorry, yeah, he has Shaman. Okay. Well, the Druid pick is going to be rough either way. I imagine he'll pick Shaman then, because the Druid one, at least, if he knows what type of mage it is, he can play around it. But he doesn't. He picks his Druid, and if this is Tempo Mage from Ekop, this is going to definitely be a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, but if this is a Freeze Mage, it's actually a good matchup for Hoej.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll typically have to wait just a minute just to see the cards from Ekop. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this mage deck is. Do you think it's tempo or freeze? You
I
can't say no
think it
because
might be
it's
freeze, but it's actually
tempo.
tempo.
Yeah.
Missed it.
With a pretty reasonable start.
Yeah. So I said the freeze because I've seen Ekop playing mostly freeze mage before. But this is actually favoring him again. And if you feel like there's a lot of druids being played in metagame, especially if you know your group and you know who are you playing against, then tempo mage makes a lot of sense as a deck to bring.
Yeah, and Ekop got a pretty good start. As a tempo mage is like a generic start, regardless of the class you're against. But I imagine like he would definitely want to see a flame cannon somewhere in there because the flame cannon just like it's so good versus druid. It pretty much kills off most of their early minions, and then also pretty easily helps deal with things like Druid of the Claw as it takes them to just to 2 health, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools that are actually great versus Druid, and that's why this deck is so good. Mirror Entity that he picked up right now might be a bit awkward to play it for free mana, but still, sometimes you just lock a turn from Druid. Like if you have the ski turn you play it on turn 5 before Druid plays a 5-drop, or before turn 7 when they want to play Ancient of Lore, you will always get something because as we see, Hoej played Aspirant right now, and he will not have any more small minions. But Ekop is going for it at the moment. That's a nice play because you kind of block a Shredder, and there are not more small minions. Most of the Druid decks, they play only 1 Aspirant, maybe 1 Shade even.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing as well is, if he didn't play the entity then, his turn was really awkward. He could play the Apprentice, Portal, hope for something, and like Arcane Blast the 1/1, but then the Aspirant just kills the Apprentice. He could play Flame Waker on its own, but then it dies to the minions and hero power, and the Aspirant still lives. So nothing felt clean enough there for Ekop. So he decided to play the Mirror Entity for the exact reasons you just said, so he can then gain the tempo from the Druid almost having to only have big minions left, right?
Exactly. It's so funny. It's like saying, oh, so you ramp. Show me what you got. Give it to me.
And Hoy's just handing him a Lotheb, and Hoy again making the play that this looks kind of rough because it's almost always Mirror Entity in this spot. But Hoy, if he just passed, then if he did nothing this turn, then he falls behind because then the mage just sort of will potentially be able to gain the tempo back. Whereas at least this locks out the spells, so the Lothebs might trade for each other, but Hoy still has the 2/3 and the 1/1 that the mage couldn't really deal with the previous turn.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, like, Hoy right now has Wrath, and he knew that the best attack will be into the Aspirant. So with the Wrath, he will be able to deal with the 5/3 Lotheb. And now even better, he might actually... he can't play Azure Drake this turn, so...
He can swipe, innovate, Wrath for 1 to draw if he wants.
Or Hero Power, depends.
Yeah, or Hero Power, yeah.
So Innovate was actually a nice card here. Is there anything else? Like, if you want to, is there any point to Wild Growth? Like, let's say a Wrath for free into the 5/3, attack the 3/2, and then Wild Growth.
I think the only thing for Wild Growth is you Wild Growth into 6, which doesn't really, more times than not, doesn't really change your following turn. And then I think the curve feels pretty good because next turn he almost certainly wants to Azure Drake.
Yeah.
I think he's weighing up whether he needs to clear or not. He probably does.
I think
because next
really
turn, next turn like Azure Drake, Innovate Wrath is pretty nice, but this turn just to clear the board and then leave Lotheb on there feels pretty good as well.
This play is especially good because he keeps the 5/5 on board and he has a really good follow-up with Azure Drake. So basically he's seeing the tempo from the Tempo Mage. And Tempo Mage, even though it's good versus Druid, if you put him to be behind, it will be hard to actually deal with everything that Druid can put up, and eventually how he might just win with the combo. Eventually he'll draw into Force of Nature and Savage Roar, and if Mages at that point at 14 points of health, he will win anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, Tempo Mage, unless they have like an insane hand, can really struggle to deal with multiple big minions. The deck's good at clearing up little ones with Flame Waker into a lot of spells, but unless those spells are probably Frostbolts, Flame Cannons, and Fireballs, any of the smaller ones, like we can see the Unstable Portal, Arcane Blast, it can be really difficult to clear up the big guys. And now Hoy's got an interesting choice as to whether he wants to just clear the Drake with maybe Wrath Hero Power, or whether he wants to play his own Drake, kill the Drake of Ekops and leave his his Lotheb in pingable range. It's a really tough one, actually.
It is a tough decision, but if you consider it, if you attack into Azure Drake with your Lotheb, you do force a ping next turn. So this means your opponent will effectively have only 4 mana for his disposal.
This might be one of the tempo mage turns we all know and love. What can he do here? He can Flame Waker, Unstable Portal, Arcane Blast to hopefully clear the board, I think. He could even Flame Waker Frostbolt if he wants to be like really safe.
For a full clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
And he's going to play the safe play, just because if he doesn't clear, then suddenly, he's probably getting in a little bit of trouble because the Flame Waker can then be very vulnerable if the board's not empty.
The thing is, he really can play it safe. Like, there's no reason to risk, I believe, because he has Dr. Boom as a follow-up on 7, and then late he'll have Unstable Portals. And Unstable Portals can sometimes be tricky and give you Angry Chickens, but most of the time they will give you a minion that you can actually play on those turns.
Yeah, it's a tough one, though, because it's like risk-reward management, right? Because if he portaled, cleared the board, and got, a low-drop minion that's decent to play as well. Suddenly there's a Flame Waker, a low drop, and then you can boom next turn and still have a Frostbolt in the bank. But he did go for the safe play, just wants to clear it off the board, and as you said, rely on Dr. Boom with the follow-up of the Scientist and the Portals to, fingers crossed, do some crazy things.
And now an interesting turn for Hoej, where he cannot play the Ancients of Lore, but what do you do with the Flame Waker? From my experience, you have to clear Flame Waker as fast as possible, because if there is no Dr. Boom on 7, what you're going to face is Arcane Intellect into Portal or even Sorceress into Arcane Intellect. You will get so much damage from just spells. So I think it's essential to kill the Flame Waker. If you swipe it, it doesn't look great because you just lost swipe, but why would you need swipe in the future? Would you need swipe for more creatures? Like, you've swiped once, and I don't think Tempo Mage is going to play a lot of creatures with low health anymore.
Yeah. The only benefit of playing Wrath Hero Power is that you can also play Wild Growth.
Yeah, exactly.
You can just squeeze. It's just mana efficient, right? So you can just squeeze it all in, and holding onto swipes, okay, I guess, just to make everything a little bit weaker. Maybe he plays a second Drake, so that should be okay. But we'll see how Hoya chooses to deal with Dr. Boom, because it feels like Hoy's following turn is just going to be Ancient of Law. Hope he draws into BGH for the turn after.
Yeah, and it might be really tough. There is Force of Nature. But with Dr. Boom on board and that Flame Cannon, Ekop has everything to push the game in his favor, and he still has those Unstable Portals just ready to rock.
Oh, look at this turn.
Oh man, even with Worm.
Yeah, so scary. And again, as I sort of mentioned earlier, Flame Cannon is so good against Druid because he's going to reduce, for 2 mana, he's going to make that minion a 5/1. It's so good. And just a casual Rafam.
Casual Reform.
Yeah, just casual Reform. I told you we'd have some crazy things from the portals. Just Reform and just appear for some fun times next turn.
Oh man, just giving the extra win conditions. It's like, hey, you run out of win conditions, I can bring you some. Let's see what the other card is. It's a beast. I've seen a beast. What was that?
Oh, brilliant. It's a 0 mana Mounted Raptor.
Oh, pretty good.
So Unstable Portal doing some work. Flame Cannon plus a bomb. Guarantees that the bomb will hit face for 4. Wow. True Tempo Mage turn, that.
And that's almost it. Like, Hoy is in a really bad spot here. So swipe, as mentioned, doesn't do much. If you force, you can kill some things, but you're still in a bad position. You're taking damage from Raptor, taking damage from the bomb, and there is Dr. Bomb waiting for you. So he's not dead yet, or is he even? If he goes 4, he might be just dead here, actually.
Yeah, I think there's ways he can survive.
He can Azure Drake swipe, obviously. So that's probably the play. Like, Azure Drake swipe, and with this, you will take them. Maybe Azure Drake will tank some damage, and then Dr. Boom doesn't kill you. It's probably the only way.
Yeah, I bet Hoy's wishing he had just 1 more mana, because Force of Nature swipe would feel a little bit better, I think, at this point. But we'll see what happens with the bomb. Probably pretty key here. And what comes out of the Raptor, I suppose, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like 8 damage incoming, at least, and the Raptor is doing...
Lepino.
Oh man.
Just what Hoy wants to see, more almost like confirmed damage. He could silence it if he really wants to, but Rafarm's definitely going to be an unwelcome guest this turn.
Well, Hoy is not dead yet, but he'll be dead next turn. And even if he gets a Savager, it will not be enough to finish the game. And this turn, Ekop can deal, what, 10 damage? So put Hoy on 2.
Yeah, let's see what spell. I'm guessing Ekop took the 10 damage from Ham, like the big Avenging Wrath, right?
The clock, was it?
Yeah.
The watch, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the safest. Filling the board doesn't mean anything when Hoy's on such low health, and the plus 10/10 is a bit ropey because Hoy might clear the board, so you just take 10 damage guaranteed. It might hit a couple of minions, but you only have to hit half, less than half now, because the Leponome, he can actually take him to what? Take him to 2 this turn?
2, yeah. But then there's no
Which-
need. You know,
Yeah.
Druid normally doesn't have. Like, double Big Game Hunter would maybe help. There is a Savager, but it's too late. And you might think about if there was a spot anywhere to get even a bit more damage on face, like maybe swipe to the face somewhere. But
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's tough because, like, you think, like, if you push that, then Hoy will probably... He got down to 3, right? Potentially 2
Yeah.
that turn. So he didn't... I don't think he really had too much room to wiggle there. And to be honest, that matchup, or that match specifically, shows how rough it is for the Druid, because Hoy had a pretty reasonable start. His initial opening was good with the Living Roots and the Aspirant, but the second you miss a turn, because he had to... I think did he Hero Power turn 3?
yeah, he did Hero Power turn 3, and on turn 4 he played Wild Growth, so that was pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
So once you miss a couple of turns versus
Oh wait, that was not that
Mage,
game. I think that was the previous one.
Yeah, I think he did Hero Power like early on though.
Yeah.
Because he had the Hero Power into... No, he did have Hero Power Wild Growth, I think.
Yeah, but
So,
still, you have to commend Ekop for a really nice lineup, because I feel like he countered Hoy perfectly with the first game being Patron versus Paladin. He didn't draw cards that he wanted, but still, that was a good matchup for him. Then he ended up with the Patron versus Shaman, which was a good matchup again. And Zoo versus Druid, and then Tempo Mage versus Druid. So he got those... well, not to say easy wins, because Hoy didn't get the cards he needed, but he definitely had it a bit favored from the start. So really good deck choice for that match at least.
yeah, definitely. A lot of prep gone into the lineups there, and it seems to be paying off for Ekop so far.
Yeah, and this is the first match, guys. We just started day 2 of Hearthstone Champions League. This is a $10,000 tournament. The winner will take $5,000. We had Group A yesterday. We're going with Group B today. So RDU versus Pavel coming up next, and then on Thursday we'll have Group C, and on Friday we'll have Group D. Raven, what's our lineup? Because we have still a lot of great players who have to play.
Yep, so in Group C on Thursday, we're going to see Show, Life Coach, Strive Crow, and Orange. So that's going to be... I think if I had to pick a group, that's probably the most insane one. And then Group D, we have Oskaka, Hannibal, the Tides of Time, and Tice. So, I mean, to be fair, every group's pretty insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be a really good event, like one of the most stacked tournaments I've actually ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And the format is that out of the groups, we are playing double elimination. So 2 people will be eliminated today. Hoy is still alive. He lost to Ekop, but if he wins 2 next matches, he will actually go through. So he's still fighting. And Ekop, if he wins 1 more, he will go through as well. So we will see. We'll see. Yesterday, we had some surprises with Colento and Doc eliminated from the tournament. Stansivka and Sixo moving forward to the top 8 playoffs. So a really good day yesterday and today. I'm looking forward to all the matches as well.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to the next match, like RDU versus Pavel. Probably sort of a bigger name in RDU than Pavel, but Pavel is known for his run through championships last year. So it'd be good to see what he can do versus RDU the next match.
Absolutely. All right, guys, give us a moment where we prepare the next match for you, and we'll come back in just a moment with the next match. Stay tuned. Hi guys and welcome back to Hearthstone Champions League. My name is Nimsh, I'm here with Raven and we're going to see RDU versus Pavel. So we already see Druid versus Warrior. What can you tell me about this matchup, Raven?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It looks like RDU is going to be playing the Patron Warriors, so similar to what we saw from Ekop in the previous set, and Pavel bringing pretty standard Druid. The Blue Order coming down early on, good for cycle, but overall in the matchup, it's kind of rough. Druid really struggles to deal with Patron, and really needs tools like, say, Wrath, Keeper of the Grove, and things like that to be able to get rid of them. But normally doesn't have the mana to by the time turn 5 hits, and either you can potentially drop those Patron on the board. So really difficult, but there's always a chance that the Druid can do Druid things and just chain drop big minions that the Warrior can't deal with, and then just combos the Patron Warrior down. So it can go either way, but I think the Patron Warrior normally feels okay about this matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the matchups that you want to have as Patron Warrior, but we already see that Pavel is putting himself in a great position, dealing with that Acolyte of Pain and running with the first Druid of the Claw. He has the second one in hand, and he has a pretty good follow-up overall.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and this is what I was saying earlier about being able to, if you can just stack the big minions one after the other, and the Warrior doesn't quite have like the fast enough removal to keep up with that, then it gets really difficult. And already we're on turn 5 for RDU, and he can't spawn patrons at all. So, and the second you think, oh, you know, he's got Sludge Belcher, I guess, which is okay, but Sludge Belcher doesn't actually do too much against this board, especially when the Druid's going to follow up with their own turn 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So, is there a way for RDU to win? Like, actually, just getting rid of those minions, right? Mostly. There is no Savagery yet for Pavel, but we have so many turns.
Yeah, and the thing is, the two, like, we've seen a lot of this in Druid recently, where a lot of Druids are running double as your Drake now. And that just, the consistent cycle. I mean, he can Druid with the Claw now, he can just go as your Drake and push through. Probably unlikely now that the Belcher has come down, he probably wants to deal with that pretty swiftly. But there's so much cycle that, you know, the Druid's going to get there in terms of drawing the combo pretty quick in this game. And there's not a lot you can actually do about it. With double Battle Rage as well, in just clogging up the hand, he isn't even damaged himself, so it's not even going to draw any cards at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And let's talk about the players a bit. So RDU from G2, he had a great year 2014. 2015 was okay for him. He did win Insomnia in December, and mostly when you look at his wins and his tournament performance, he's ending up in the finals. He mostly goes to the finals, and then in the finals takes either first place or loses, but mostly he wins those tournaments.
Yeah, I think you know, I think everyone first remembers RDU from DreamHack a couple of years ago, when, you know, that was probably his biggest breakout performance. And since then, he's been one of the most consistent players that's been sort of sat at the top, almost since, you know, that Hearthstone really started up. So RDU's really, really strong. Like I said, most recently when I tournament in December in the UK that we were at. And then on the other hand, Pavel, probably most known for his last year's World Championship run that he managed.
Yeah, I think like both Pavel and RDU, they are really consistent ladder players, and they are fighting for the first spots. Pavel also went to US, and he was playing in the Geico tournament. So, well, he's young, and he's already performing great. And here again in the Invitational tournament, but showing his skills. So I'm really interested to see who is going to win this match.
Yeah, and RDU then just clearing up like a good chunk of the board. The Belcher's still there now, and the Druid of the Claw does some work, and even the Living Roots as it's buffed, so he can just choose to hold on to it or clear off the 1/2. Kind of rough to sort of commit to killing the 1/2 here, purely because like Living Roots is pretty nice at killing off, you know, the patrons that are on the 2 health or the 1 health mark. So just nice 1 mana kill off a patron's normally pretty reasonable.
Alright, there is a Savage Roar for Pavel. This is not the Savage Roar turn yet. So what's the best play? There is the Bigum Hunter for the Dr. Boom. And, well, Shredder.
Yeah, Shredder BGH looks really good. The board's fairly sticky with the bombs. The bombs could clear up a lot of this, but they could also whiff pretty hard, and suddenly there's a hell of a lot of damage represented on the board, and even just Savage Roar could look like, you know, pretty threatening. Yeah, so where the bomb's going to go? Oh, that was a nice bomb.
It's so awkward that he's like RDU is sitting on double Battle Rage and he basically has no targets. Like if you go for Acolyte, like you can patron an Inner Rage, you get 2 minions on board, and then maybe Battle Rage to draw 1 card. So you fight back a bit, but if you go for that, you're losing your patrons. So, oh man, it's tough.
Yeah, this is definitely rough. It's actually just going to play a patron. I think the problem is if you Inner Rage, you really need to wait for the big turn. Inner Rage is going to make more of an impact than drawing a card. Just drawing a singular card. So that's a little bit rough for RDU there. He's holding on to Inner Rage and double Battle Rage and just presenting some threats on the board that, to be fair, Pavel does have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to deal with the patron for sure. And even with Acolyte, if you leave it, you are expecting something like a Taskmaster or just Whirlwind or maybe even Ghoul that you cannot deal with. So you want to kill it as fast as possible. You're still, being Pavel, you're still pretty happy about the situation where you're ahead on board and you're getting closer and closer to the combo range. And we are thinking combo is 14 points of damage, but if you actually have minions on board, it's even more. So Dr. Bull might be there next turn. For RDU though, what do you think?
Yeah, it's looking good now. Now that he's got the Despite, the key card in the deck, that obviously along with Patron, it means that this Frothing Berserker has to get answered. And next turn he can create those Grim Patrons, like and like the perfect line that you normally want to drop on turn 5. And it does look okay for Pavel though, especially with an Innovate now. How does he want to play this? Because the Frothing Berserker is always a threat, and especially because that Dread Corsair's come down, it's going to make it really awkward to deal with. But whenever you use a Wrath on something that isn't a patron, it never feels too great, because we've already seen 1 Living Root's gone, and now if we see a Wrath on something to kill that off, it's going to be a little bit rough for Pavel to deal with the patrons. But he could be in the mindset that he builds the board up so much that by the time the patrons actually make a big enough impact on the game, he can end it with combo.
Well, there is another thing. If you've seen 1 patron actually gone, and if the patrons explode this turn, and you're expecting them to do, you have the combo. So you can also just try to exhaust the resources of Warrior and kill all the patrons with the combo. And with so many cards in hand, you can play the longer game. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, Pavel's hand is huge as well, and you've already seen a Battle Rage from RDU, and it wasn't really the biggest Battle Rage ever either, so you know that he's not dug too deep into the deck. This is going to see the pretty straightforward patron turn, and even the Ghoul actually deals with the 5/2 Ancient of Law pretty well.
This is a crazy turn for patron. Just getting so many minions and so many cards back.
This Battle Rage, ugh, crazy. Let's see what he draws.
He got a Whirlwind and an Inner Rage, so more options.
Yeah, Whirlwind's actually going to be worthwhile here. It does kill off your 5/1 patron, but overall it creates a stronger board. And it means that the Druid has to either run a minion into that Ghoul or hero power. And again, as we've mentioned previously, like, forcing your opponent, although it looks like well, yeah, it's just a hero power and it's dead, like, that's 2 mana of your opponent's turn, so suddenly the turn overall is a lot weaker, and the Ghoul only really, the proc only really helps RDU in terms of the board.
So now the question is there a nice clear using the fact that the board is full at the moment? So can...
Oh, that's an interesting play.
So let's see, if you use Living Roots on one of the 3/3s, it goes to 3/1, and then you have still a couple of annoying cards.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That play though was really interesting from RDU, just because he didn't need to fill the board, and now it means that the Ghoul doesn't create as many patrons, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So he could have created 2 3/3s instead of 1, I believe.
So this means that Pavel might have a way to clear the board with. Yeah, that's a full
he
clear.
can innovate out of hero power.
That's perfect for Pavel. He did.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird from RDU. I mean, I don't know if I'm missing anything, but oh no, he leaves the 3/1 up. Okay, but the that seems really nice for Pavel. He still has Boom. He has his Drake. Still has a Wrath. He probably just wants something along the lines of a BGH to deal with the Grom, but RDU's actually used both Inner Rages now, so the Grom Inner Rage is normally something that you can just surprise your opponent with and just do 12 damage out of nowhere, and it still only costs 8 mana, so that's pretty nice, but I think RDU's used both now, so...
Yeah, well, he still has a Whirlwind, but even so, if you get a Grom, There is a silence, and Grom is dealing what 10 to 12 damage depending on what happens. So Pavel is in a very good shape. There is RDU is drawing 2 cards at least because he has that loot hoarder, and he has a way to deal with Dr. Boom. But I will have to say that Pavel is in a great position.
Yeah, this is looking really good purely because of, I mean, the card advantage he had early on is just proving to just be so important in this game. He had the answers when he needed them, and now he's got like follow-up. Like, yeah, okay, RDU is going to clear off these bombs next turn and do some extra damage, but Pavel can now just drop Shredder in Drake, you know, like whatever the hell he wants, and the bombs are still going to do damage, and already he's got another combo.
Yeah.
So next turn's going to look really rough for RDU unless he pulls something insane out the bag.
That escalated pretty quickly, so let's see if RDU can actually find a way.
Maybe a couple too many weapons in his hand at the moment.
What do you think about getting Fiery Warx last turn instead of Dev's Bite, and going for phase with Fiery Warx, and then hoping that maybe you will get Grom after that, so you try to pull your opponent lethal, but it was a really far-fetched thing, and I don't think it will work overall.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one there, and I think it was just the lack of being able to drop those patrons quite early enough gave Pavel enough time to sort of collect all the answers he needed to deal with the board, and then be in a rage at the end to fill the board to make the ghoul a little bit worse for RDU, I think, and then make it just that little bit easier for Pavel to clear. So Pavel starting his series pretty well, 1-0 up versus RDU.
Yeah, but Patron is a deck that can win versus other decks, and let's quickly check the lineups. So Pavel, he also has a Mage and a Warlock. This is the Warlock that he brought versus Rogue from RDU. So we're again going to see Rogue, and the last deck for RDU is Druid as well.
Yeah, and this already looks like from Pavel that it could well be a Reno Warlock, which is something we've not seen too often. Yesterday and a bit earlier this evening, we were talking about the power of Zoo in terms of Warlock, and Reno Lock sort of became really, really popular quite quickly after League of Explorers, but very recently has just died off just a little bit. But Pavel, I guess he likes Reno Lock and doesn't, thinks it's better in this tournament than Zoo. So we'll see how that actually performs for him.
Well, absolutely. You know, when I'm thinking about Pavel as a player, like what is his signature deck? He was always playing Handlock. Like he was playing a lot of Handlock and Controlled Priest as well. So he was climbing first. I think he was climbing to the first place on ladder with the Priest, and then he switched to Demon Lock. So I think like the Reno Lock is a good fit for him as a player.
Yeah, and in terms of this matchup, I think the trick for RDU is going to try and draw as many cards as possible and have the burst potential in hand and the board control that even if Reno comes down, he's threatening so much damage straight afterwards that Reno, of course, it will make an impact, but not a big enough impact to win the game.
Yeah.
Whereas Pavel, because we saw a Molten Giant, this looks like this slightly slower Reno Lock that doesn't run, say, like Leroy Faceless Power Overwhelming combo.
Are you sure though? Is Molten, like, you can still play Molten Giant in the Leroy version? I think like
yeah, that's true. I mean, there's always a lot of flexibility, isn't there?
Yeah.
I guess.
I think that the biggest difference is that you either run the combo, which is Leroy PO, Arcing, or like Faceless, or you do run the Stalag and Fugen.
Yeah. Or Pavel could just be running something completely different. We might we might see Nozdormu.
It's a toolbox deck. It can actually be anything.
Yeah, he might play Nozdormu to prep if he faces Live Coach in the future in this tournament. So,
but I do agree.
That'll be an interesting one.
It's an interesting match because on one side RDU has to play a Druid game where you want to have the combo. On the other hand, Pavel just needs to sustain and kill whatever he wants. So the game plan versus Rogue doesn't change much as playing versus Rogue goes. So just killing all the minions you can and putting yourself in a position where you are outside of the combo range and the Rogue just doesn't have any minions on board. Yeah,
exactly. And Doomsday is an interesting card. Not a common pick in Reno Lock, from my experience at least.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't normally, it's not like Freeze Mage where you can almost guarantee like a Doomsday with Frost Nova. So like Doomsday is just one of those cards that I guess you just throw on and just either say, well, it heals me for 7, or get some like awkward card from the opponent, like a sap or an Iron Beak Owl or something to silence it. So then like it requires an answer. So pretty interesting to see Pavel play it. Maybe we'll see some more interesting tech choices. But already having Thorson down on a board that contains or a hand, sorry, that contains Lotheb, Healbot, and Reno, it's probably feeling pretty good versus this rogue.
Yeah, I really like the Doomsayer, by the way, because it got popular with the Murloc Paladin as well, but more or less there's a couple of decks in the metagame right now, as we've seen yesterday as well, that require a setup. So like Zoo requires a setup, Shaman requires a setup, and if you can counter that dirty setup with a Doomsayer, and just buy yourself a turn or two and destroy everything on board, that's a really good deal. So I like inclusion of one.
Yeah, and we've just seen the commitment you have to make in terms of killing an Emperor. When RDU has to hit Blade Flurry for 1 and then run the Belcher in anyway, because you just can't afford to leave up a card like that, especially when it's in a deck like this or a deck like Freeze Mage. The potential for insane combo damage is so high. And we do see Pavel running a Faceless, so you're completely right. This does look like some form of burst combo Reno lock.
I think it's really good to have the burst combo in the deck, because instead of just going for the sustain and try to survive at all costs, you always have this extra strategy in your sleeve that you can use. And a lot of opponents will actually take damage. Weapon classes like Rogue, Warrior, they will ignore the fact that you can deal damage back because you're the one who's trying to defend yourself. And you have that extra burst as well because you're running Hellfire, you're running Dark Bomb, maybe Soulfire as well, so that is some damage that you can deal with in one big turn.
Yeah, and something to think about is like if you look at the board now, next turn Pavel could deal 20 damage potentially because he's played Emperor. He could have had Faceless Leroy Power Overwhelming in hand.
Yeah.
So like from turn 8, RDU's got to be thinking he did play Emperor and his hand size is pretty reasonable. Like please no, and it's like the Druid effect, right?
Yeah.
You suddenly have to start thinking, right, I probably need to have this at least in mind at this point, and maybe as every turn the game goes on, it's going to become more and more likely that there's some bursts coming. So maybe to play a little bit awkwardly for RDU here.
But can you really play around that? I think like you can assume that he has a combo, but you cannot play around that combo really. Like if you want to win the game, you cannot get paranoid. And I think the fact that you actually have the combo in deck and players are aware that you can burst them down is a big advantage, because then they will maybe try to be a bit more defensive, have that one more taunt or maybe specific health threshold just in case.
Yeah, I think instead of like fully playing around something like that, I think the value is them just slightly, okay, well, here's a trade I maybe wouldn't have done if I was feeling a bit more aggressive, but if I don't trade, then it might bite me in the next turn if he has some more burst, so it's just that slight, just different play style, representing a combo might force from the opponent.
Yeah.
It looks like Pavel's in such a good position though. I mean, RDU does have quite a large hand and potential for some combo, but there's no prep in there yet, so there's no chance of anything truly crazy coming out from the rogue at this moment in time.
Well, he does have the Tinker, but after Reno Jackson, the win is slipping away for sure.
Yeah, and even cards like Twilight Drake in Pavel's hand, it's still going to be big enough with this hand size to be a reasonable threat. And like, there's so many like bombs in a Reno lock that sapping a Twilight Drake feels bad, but then trying to kill it feels even worse because Rogue can't normally commit to that much damage on one target.
Yeah, that's true. And RDU is getting lower and lower, going down to 8.
Oh, Armorsmith, just what a Reno lock wanted. More hell.
RDU takes care of that pretty fast. But he was able to clear the board even though he is at 8. He now has a minion. And he has a Lothab as a follow-up. So let's see what Pavel gets. Pavel gets some good minions this turn.
Yeah, and already just playing super safe, but 2 minions on the board. And again, like, if the Twilight Drake eats a sap, fine. He probably just follows up with Twilight Drake Sylvanas next turn. And it's like, well, you only have 1 more sap left. You've got to pick one.
Yeah, that's true. And now for RDU, this is a test of how much damage can I deal in 2 turns. So trying to clear and sap the Twilight Drake, then he will not have enough mana for a weapon, so he will... Can you play Lothab this turn, or do you want to play Lothab next turn? Oh no, he's preparing the weapon for the Tinkers.
Yeah. I think this is pretty nice, actually. Because he has Sap Tinker next turn, right?
Yeah, or Tinker Lotheb, depending on what is going to happen.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So this is... and he's finally got a prep as well, so he can... He can actually prep, sprint, Sap Tinker, right?
Yeah.
If he wants to, of course. He might not want to do that play, but he has the mana to if he feels like he needs to draw some more cards. I guess sap into Sylvanas and drop the Lotheb feels a little bit safer for RDU now, and just try and go probably just a bit all in on this damage and say this is the moment. I either kill him next turn or I don't. You know, or that's probably game if he can stabilize. It's definitely a lot of represented a lot of damage on the board in terms of minions, and the Lotheb actually cuts out one of the sort of emergency buttons for the Twisted Nether. But when your opponent's got Arcane Golem Faceless, then there you go. That's also lethal, so
it's a
pretty
good combo.
nice. Yeah, it works when it does enough damage to kill your opponent. So yeah, not too shabby.
A very interesting build of the Reno lock from Pavel with Sunburst, with Doomsayer, with heals as well, and it worked really well versus RDU, just stopping the damage there, having the Reno on important turn, and you know, like when you play Reno lock, you really want to have Reno in opening hand and play it on turn 6 or 7 to get the value in health, and Pavel did have that, so now we are going to see. Sorry,
I think what was really good about that is that he got Reno down on a turn that was relatively safe. Like, the rogue didn't have, like, 3 minions on the board. You play Reno, it just dies, and, you know, like, and then that's it, and then you've got to catch up again. He did, you know, play that on a turn that was fairly good for him, which is pretty key in most Reno decks.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Alright, and now we are going to see the Freeze Mage versus Patron Warrior. So, Freeze Mage versus Patron Warrior. Raven, what do you think about this matchup?
So this isn't as rough for Freeze Mage as Control Warrior is, because there aren't cards like Justicard True Heart, Shield Block, Shield Maidens that really stack up a lot of armor, because the Warrior in this matchup definitely wants to just out-health the Mage. Freeze Mage can do a finite amount of damage, unless you include unlimited Antonidas fireballs, but that's not realistically going to happen. So what will happen here is RDU will probably just sort of play on curve, never overcommit to the board, and that Armor Smith in hand is probably going to be saved till later to play like Armor Smith and then the big Patron board to then whirlwind into so much armor that the Freeze Mage does have a you know, real hard time to try and burst through that kind of health. But it is possible for the Freeze Mage. If you get a quick enough start, we can see the Emperor's already there. He does have Frost Nova Doomsayer as well, which is a good answer to Armor Smith because it doesn't actually do any damage to the minions when Doomsayer kills them. It just wipes the board. So, you know, it's still rough, but it's not undoable.
Yeah, it's I think it's an interesting matchup that most of the time you have to consider fatigue, because this is where it mostly ends. I don't see games where Patron is just rushing Freeze Mage and Freeze Mage has nothing, especially with so many cards in hand already. So at some point players will be forced to play cards, and you cannot play cards like Acolyte of Pain because they are already thinking about fatigue at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, because neither player really expends a lot of cards throughout at least the early stage of the matchup, you don't need to draw cards because you're not using cards. So as you quite rightly said, Nims, you don't really need to play Acolytes of Pain. And for example, for the Mage, he may not want to play Arcane Intellects as well, but it's probably a bit more reliant on the Mage at this point, because although Pavel does have a lot of good cards in terms of AoE, RDU has the potential to just create a massive board because he already has Whirlwind, Patrons, and an Armor Smith.
Yeah, that's true, but there is an Execute as well. Okay, so he can execute Thorison. Pavel, though, he has double Blizzard.
Yeah, is that going to be... So let me think. I'm working out whether that clears because of the Patron board being full if he plays Blizzard this turn and Blizzard the next turn, but instead, after just seeing an Execute, why not play the Doomsayer, right?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Okay, so nice turn for Pavel with that Frost Nova Doomsayer.
Yeah, you don't normally see Patron players commit to Patrons like this, but I think because RDU still has Patron Whirlwind Armorsmith in his hand, and he kind of needed to proc and execute on Thorison somehow, then like just throwing them on the board, and you know, there are games where Freeze Mage doesn't draw answers to this kind of board. So, it's worth it because then you can push extra damage without really being punished too hard.
Yeah, that's true. But also, like, just spending cards from your hand, like, those cards were not that needed. Like, he really needed to deal with the Torison, as you mentioned. So you can throw those away and just try to collect the cards that you need. So more like a Death's Bite for another Whirlwind effect, the second Armor Smith, and then go with the Grim Patron turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pavel's just deciding whether he plays Frost Nova or Blizzard here, I guess. He's going to ping one of the patrons, right? Oh, no, okay. I didn't know whether he wanted to ping the patron first and then play Frost Nova, build the board up in case there's a second execute, so then Blizzard has a bit of a stronger effect on the more full board of the patrons.
Well, if you would Blizzard, are the new patrons frozen as well?
Maybe.
Exactly,
if they
right?
work like in Gang Boss, then yes. If they don't, then no.
Yeah, then absolutely you do not cast Blizzard there. I'm not sure, actually. I haven't played that much Freeze Mage versus Patron.
No, same.
But so this is something you have to know as a pro player, and Pavel made a decision and got with the Frost Nova. So guys, in the chat you can always tell us what is the effect there. So RDU, Acolyte of Pain, you actually might slam Acolyte of Pain because it's just going to sit in your hand, so you can throw it away. You don't need it. If you go for Acolyte of Pain, unless you really feel like you need the cards, but if you're thinking about fatigue, if Acolyte of Pain just sits in your hand, you will never be able to play it. It's representing too much damage.
Yeah, I think the only reason I can think of like keeping hold of it is because you are going to Whirlwind at some point, and because RDU doesn't have Death's Bite yet, you might want to just say, okay, fatigue is a very realistic outcome of this game, but Death's Bite helps him because Death's Bite with Whirlwind, Patron, and Armorsmith can win him that fatigue game. Yeah. So he does need that, on board and at least one Death's Bite locked in, ready to go for the turn he wants to create all the armor and hopefully, outlast the mage at that point.
This is getting more interesting by a minute. So Pavel has that Alexstrasza to limit the health of RDU, reduce the health to 15. But there's armor still there, so he needs a bit more damage. He needs to get that armor down. At the moment, he only has what, like 12. He needs a Frostbolt at least.
Yeah, and the thing here as well is like this is where the patron matchup shows versus the freeze mage is that. But I mean, what turn are we on? Turn 9 now, going into turn 9 for the patron warrior next turn. Is that RDU's only gained 6 armor this whole game, or at least only sitting on 6 armor at the moment. So this is why the freeze mage can win this matchup because suddenly, although he doesn't have all the burst we can see in hand, RDU doesn't know that. Because this is now scary. 21 health is not a lot when a mage has played Emperor and has Alexstrasza on board.
Exactly.
Belcher's going to do some work, though, I think.
Well, there is a Death Spite as well, finally. So RDU will be able to replace the weapon if he wants it, but he doesn't have the second Armorsmith yet. And apparently Acolyte can be used. And Pavel went for Alexstrasza instead of just trying to give RDU cards, which in this case would probably benefit RDU more than Pavel. They are far away from fatigue yet.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you see the Alexstrasza come down, suddenly the game changes to, okay, maybe this won't go to fatigue, because for all RDU knows, there's Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance with a Thalnos in hand.
Yeah.
And then a follow-up Pyroblast. Like, that's a lot of damage that unless RDU pulls a big AoE out, he's not going to be able to armor up through, especially with freezing and frothing, because as we can see, Alexstrasza is a threat in herself.
It is. And can it connect to face this turn? There is a Fireball and Blizzard, for example, but then there is Armorsmith as well. But if you think about it, if Alexstrasza connects for 8, that's great for Pavel.
Yeah. And as I said, Pavel might well be running a Pyroblast in this deck, which is, you can't really underestimate just 10 damage burst straight out of hand. So the Alexstrasza is sticking on the board pretty scary for RDU because he still doesn't have an answer. And I think Pavel knows that because it just would be dead. It just would have been executed. There's no reason you would try and mess about and try and oh, it's fine that 8/8 being alive on the board, that's no problem.
Pavel's just saying you cannot deal with my dragon, I will give you one more turn to try. And RDU actually has an answer. Romash can charge into that Alexstrasza.
Yeah. I think he has to. So now what RDU's doing is saying, Alex Straza's put me to 15. You know, we've seen a fireball out of the mage, we've seen an ice lance. So there's, you know, there's some damage that he's not getting back, most likely. And with a second armor smith and some more minions, I'm going to just start buffing my armor back up and back up and back up and just keep going. And even this Frothing Berserker now requires some form of answer because it's, you know, it's only got 1 health, but it's got 16 attack, which is pretty scary.
It's so funny that we had some action, but now we're back to the fatigue plan, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like, oh, it got excited for a moment, but oh wait, no, yeah. They just need to draw cards and get to fatigue and then see who has more armor or life.
Yeah, this is pretty okay. You know, it's a good Blizzard, although it gave him 3 armor. It did clear the board, which is pretty reasonable. And Pavel's still got, you know, the Warrior's only on what? He's on 28. It's not horrendous. It's still doable, and there's still Antonidas in the deck, right?
Yeah, you can still get those extra fireballs, unless you have, like, you can have a Pyroblast, you can have Malygos even, depending on what you choose. And I would not be surprised if Pavel runs Malygos, because we've seen some interesting deck building in his Reno lock, so, you know, customized Freeze Mage.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely, definitely, and RDU's pretty much going to be reliant on this Grim Patron Armorsmith to be able to build up enough armor to see through this, but Pavel's now got his second Frostbolt, so that's pretty good in itself. He really does now. I mean, he's probably just thinking to himself, come on, Antonidas, where are you? Because that would be really key, because if he almost always fairly certain there's still no second Execute in RDU's hand, because he had to run Grom into the Alexstrasza. Obviously, the more turns that go on, that becomes more likely to have the Execute, but imagine if, like, that turn he could play Antonidas, then Frostbolt, the Warrior, you know, Frostbolt Ice Lance, and suddenly you just think, right, you know, chain fireballs for days.
Yeah, there is a Pyroblast for Pavel, but overall, I think Pavel is in a great spot. He just has to patiently, well, wait or just kill.
Oh, he has to patiently Pyroblast him in the face.
That's something you can absolutely do, right? This armor is not going anywhere, so you can just Pyroblast. Like, this turn is not threatening at all. Like, Loot Hoarder is fine. Pavel is saying just, yeah, sure, draw a card. You will start getting fatigue damage earlier, so I will be able to... You are going to deal damage to yourself with that fatigue.
Yeah, and bear in mind, there's still... I mean, look at Pavel's health. He's not under any threat, and Pavel knows Grom's gone, and there's no burst coming at all. And he has Frostnova Doomsayer, so when the patron board does come down for the second time, Frostnova Doomsayer is an option to just say nope, you know, and then once that's hit, then how does the Warrior win, especially when they feel like they're behind on fatigue a little bit, and the Mage still has plenty of burst potential, and Antonidas still hasn't been killed.
There is still a second Execute, right?
I think there is a second Execute, yeah. He's only executed, oh my god, what did he execute?
Thorson.
Yeah, that was it. He's only used 1, I believe, so there's still an Execute somewhere, but the worry for RDU now is the turn where Pavel plays Antonidas and then says, like, Frostbolt Ice Lance, is that too much damage? You know, is that already too much? So you kill the Antonidas, but then you've just been Frostbolt Ice Lance, so a weapon's unusable, and then you get 2 fireballs plus anything else that's still in the deck.
Yeah, and Pavel is just patiently throwing those fireballs, emptying his hand. He is in a great position. RDU, though, can play Armorsmith and Patron. This might be the best turn he gets with as much armor as possible on this very moment. So, is he going to go for the Green Patron, though? He will get 1 Whirlwind effect.
I think he has to, because in playing the Armorsmith, he's committed to this play. If he didn't, then, you know, suddenly, like, Frostbolt ping, the Armorsmith gains 2 armor. You know, it's just not enough, is it? Like, you need more. You need, like, probably 10 plus armor from this Armorsmith to be able to feel like it's done a good enough job in this match.
What do you think about Slam? Like, RDU could have slammed Unstable Ghoul, or he can still do it, and... Oh, no, he can't. Because he armored up.
Yeah, this is going to get locked down pretty hard by the Frost Nova. And as we said earlier, the perks of Doomsayer in this matchup is that it doesn't damage any of the minions it kills, it just kills them. So there's going to be no additional armor unless
Execute. Oh. And there are 2 draws to do it. He can still slam the Doomsayer and try to get it.
Yeah, he does have options, and let's be honest, I think at this point he has to do it. I think the game is decided on this turn.
Well,
He either
actually,
gets execute or he doesn't.
with the weapon attack, if he gets a second inner rage, yeah, now he has it. With Death Spite and an inner rage, he will be able to kill the Doomsayer.
That was pretty huge. That Doomsayer could have decided the game. He does clear it off and be able to gain some armor and guard the board. Flame Strike is going to gain RDU 4 additional armor, but again, is 4 enough when there's still a heal bot? There's still Antonidas to be drawn. All your patrons are gone, and looking at RDU's hand, it's definitely looking pretty grim.
I believe RDU still has Dr. Boom in the deck. There is an Antonidas though. But you still want to flame strike this board first, and then just cycle your cards. And the best part for Pavel is that if you flame strikes this, he is not under any threat next turn. You could just go with Antonidas and just play Iceland's Frostbolt. Even if there's Dr. Boom, he still will have a way to just Iceland's Boom and get the fireballs.
Yeah, with Iceland's and Frostbolt as well. The boom bots are the only things that can kill Antonidas, unless there's that execute that's surely going to come from somewhere. And Thalnos for the spell power as well.
Yeah, right now, even if there's an execute for RDU, I don't think it matters. This is enough damage to finish him off with the Thalnos, I believe. So 7 damage now, putting RDU on, what, 22? And with the 22, you will have Thalnos double fireball, which is 14, and then fatigue damage will be pretty fast.
Yeah, I think you can definitely pressure him, but I think RDU just has to slam Antonidas, right? Huh? If he slams his own Acolyte, how does he...
So with this, he can also replace the weapon and still damage Antonidas. So he's trying to increase the chance to get execute.
Yeah, of course. He sells the mana for the... Yeah, he's only on 2 mana though, right?
Yeah. So he can still Oh wait, no, he will not be able to.
He couldn't have Fiery War Axe and execute. So
right, that's
so
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just. I mean, maybe we missed something and he's already used an execute. I don't know, but that seemed like it was a little bit rough. And this is just going to be game.
Yeah, that's right, and it's going to be match as well. Pavel just defeating RDU 3-0. Really impressive finish. 1 to last cards. I still believe there is an execute.
Oh, there's execute.
Yeah,
we were right. The second execute's still there. So with 3 fireballs, there's no way to armor up past this with nothing else in hand that can generate armor.
Is Dr. Boom still the best play? is the winning play? Yes.
Zard, you just seen how good it's been. What's hard to snipe for the if they can kill Antonidas?
Yeah, that's at least something.
Yeah, and they didn't snipe it because execute glowed green, so it is playable.
The last card for RDU is Dread Courser, so he is playing 2.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the game. Wow, pretty crazy set actually.
It's actually, yeah, the set was good, but I think the last game was really fun. It's like it always cheats you in a way that you're thinking, hey, this match is going to fatigue, like this is always going to fatigue, and then suddenly in the middle there's some minion fighting and you're like, oh wait, maybe it'll actually end before fatigue, but then like, oh, everything dies.
Nope.
And you still go to fatigue.
Yeah, it's really interesting though, because like it really shows that the Freeze Mage and Patron Warrior matchup is a little bit more reasonable for the Freeze Mage than the Control Warrior matchup, because unless you almost need to guarantee the like double Whirlwind onto a big board or double Armorsmith Whirlwind with Patrons or something, like a ridiculous sum of armor to really get through that. But having to deal with the Emperor in the way that RDU had to, like, I think hurt him quite a lot, because that combined with the second execute being so deep in his deck was definitely an uphill climb for RDU after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright guys, so that was second match of the day. We are starting, day 2 today, Group B. Next match is going to be Ekop versus Pavel. This is the winner's match, so whoever wins that is going to advance to the last day, to the playoffs. And then after that we'll have the loser's match, which will be Hoej versus RDU, and the loser of that is going to be eliminated. So some more Hearthstone for you today, for sure. You're watching Hearthstone Champions League. Stay tuned for more Hearthstone with us after a short break.
far away. It's much too early, or it's far too late. Maybe I'm too old now. I'm just afraid that you'll walk away. You're across the room from me, but it's an ocean wide, and the current's pulling us, dragging me aside. Or you're a constellation, and I'm just a star, blinking in the universe, but you'll never notice me at all. When you're gone, I don't know what to say. When you're with me, I can't say anything anyway, so just believe me. Even if the words don't come out, they're here inside my head, stuck inside my mouth.
Hi guys and welcome to Hearthstone Champions League. My name is Nimsh and I'm here with Raven. This is day 2, $10,000 prize pool. Winner takes $5,000. and we're going to see the winners match, Ekop versus Pavel. So the winner of this advances. Raven, how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, and this match is going to be a real interesting one because Pavel's taking quite slow decks. He's taking Freeze Mage, the Reno Warlock, and Druid, whereas Ekop's taking a slightly more aggressive lineup, like for example with his Zoolock. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see which one comes out on top here as these decks, how they line up together.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I'm really curious to see more of Pavel play because he's so meticulous and consistent when he makes decisions with those really complicated decks. So he is an absolute control player versus Ekop. That I remember Ekop mostly playing control decks, but for this tournament he brought those aggressive ones. So we'll see how they match up.
Yeah, I think switching up styles now again is pretty good as well, because if you get into sort of if you continue to play, say, the same set sort of decks or strategies, then you become quite predictable. And in a tournament like this, where these players beforehand know which 3 other players they're in a group with, then you can really, use that to advantage in terms of making your lineup for the group and making it as strong as possible based on who you're playing against.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kick off with the Rhinolog versus Tempo Mage. Ekop having a really good start with the Mana Worm and Sorcerer's Apprentice. This is what he has to have to win versus Rhinolog, because I believe it's a good matchup for Rhinolog. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. The Tempo Mage really just has to be hyper aggressive in this matchup and just burst them down and hope it's enough and hope they don't have Reno. Other than that, the game goes on a little bit, and once the Warlock's cleared the board once, it becomes very hard for the Tempo Mage to come back.
Yeah, but he still has the chance if he is, as you mentioned, hyper aggressive. If you deal enough damage, there is no Reno, you can just finish the game with fireballs before your board is cleared or before the Rhinolog heals himself. But there are other ways. You don't always have to have Reno. You can have anti-healbot with Brown maybe.
Yeah, and to be honest, just a good board clear as well. Like maybe a Shadow Flame board clear so it doesn't, injure yourself too much later on. But it's going to be interesting to see whether Ekop actually plays around the potential of Coin Hellfire. It's hard to play around cards in Rhinolog because they only run one-offs, but you can get punished super hard if you just run into an obvious AoE.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But on the other hand, can he really afford to play around Hellfire? This matchup is similar to the old Mech Mage versus the Giants Handlock, where you just had to close your eyes and hope there is no Moltens at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely that was the most valid strategy to win in that match. Ekop is playing around AoE though. He traded with the Mana Worm. He luckily for him he portaled into a Creeper, which is fairly durable versus AoE. But maybe now the issue for Ekop is he hasn't put enough pressure onto Pavel to play the Hellfire, so he's gone into the Twilight Drake instead.
Yeah, but there is the Flame Cannon and the Flame Waker, so he should be able to deal with this. That will be enough damage to absolutely kill the Twilight Drake. And then, even if you expect the Hellfire, you will have the Flame Waker alive after this, and Haunted Creeper will survive.
Yeah, I think even running the Mana Worm in here, even though it's overkill, now it's not because he missed both shots from the Flame Waker, so perfect Flame Waker from Ekop. But even if Ekop hit both, running the Mana Worm is fine. It's done a lot of work already, and again, it's playing around the AoE, as you said. You keep the Creeper tokens if the board gets taken down.
And suddenly, Hellfire doesn't look that juicy. Like, if you Hellfire, you put yourself to 16, and you only kill the Apprentice, but it is the only play Pavel had.
I don't think Hungry Crab would have been good enough on that turn. Unfortunately, the Flame Waker is not a Flame Murloc, so...
Yeah, and Ekop picks up a spell that he'll be able to cast, so that was a possible 2 damage to face, but he values Azure Drake more.
Yeah, this is really scary. You've just seen Hellfire, and as I said earlier, like the Warlock deck, the Reno, only runs one of every AoE, so 1 Shadow Flame, 1 Hellfire, and normally a Demon Wrath as well. So he's not too afraid of the AoE follow-up now, so you may as well just put another big minion on the board that's not weak to things like Dark Bomb by itself, and just pile on the pressure. And even now with the Lotheb down, you can just go face at this point. You kind of got to be wary of Reno, I suppose.
Oh yeah, you do. But on the other hand, if there is no Reno, you are in a great position. So you might be also afraid of Shadow Flame. So if you don't deal with Lotheb, Shadow Flame is a possibility that it will just clear your board. And Ekop, even though he has Antonidas, he doesn't have any burst at the moment in his hand. No Frostbolt and no Fireball. So a tough decision what to do. Do you just trade your Azure Drake and ping and then play a minion still? Or do you just go for face with everything? Pink face, hope there is no heal, because there's only 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, going all in seems okay because he has Duplicate and Unstable Portal next turn, so it's not like he doesn't have cards that he can play. He could even hold off the Apprentice if he really wanted to. What do you actually think about the Duplicate in this deck? Not a too common secret we see in Tempo Mage.
Duplicate is interesting, and that's because it's a surprise secret. Like, normally you do not expect it, but it gives you more cards in hand. So, like, Mirror Entity is great, but if you can mix things up a bit, you might actually get a really good result. And getting more Flame Wakers, getting more Apprentices can help you a lot to get those cards.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick. Oh my god, imagine if Hungry Crab
It's so bad.
wording was a little bit different, and it was like kill a minion with 2 health, gain the you know, the buffs. Like, it would be so good.
Kill a target Flame Waker.
Kill target Flamewaker or Murloc. One or the other.
Do you
That would be
remember
so
what race is the Flame Waker actually? How are they? Those are not Nagas, right?
It's the same as like Lucifron and that,
Yes.
isn't it?
I think it's Salamander.
I have no idea. That's a good. That could be some information for a video from you, Nymph. That sounds like a video you should do.
Yeah, for sure.
The races of Warcraft.
Of Molten Core. The races of Molten Core.
Yeah, get those core hands in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Core Pops as well.
Yeah. So this is. I mean, so what damage have we got here? We've got 2, 3, 5, 7, 10. I guess Ekop's just got to see where these hits
man.
from the Flamewaker lands, and
Look at that
Patron's
patron.
Patron's pretty reasonable when you can ping it, as the Mage hero power is actually one of the better hero powers you can get from Finley when you play that version of Patron. So not the worst Unstable Portal I've ever seen by any stretch of the imagination, especially when you've already seen a Hellfire.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ekop still having an advantage, but you know, a single good AoE, something like a Demon Wrath, can change this board really fast. Unless Ekop actually goes for that Patron ping this turn.
Yeah, I like Patron Ping because you kind of want the Frostbolt to almost guarantee an Antonidas. You run the 1/1 in to throw it away, I think, because then you duplicate. It's actually pretty reasonable, whether it's the Flamewaker or the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Absolutely. All right, so Dr. Boom for Pavel, but Sludge Belcher with Doomsayer. This is not something you see often from any deck.
No, it's definitely a interesting selection of cards.
But it doesn't work against Fireball, Frostbolt, and Ping.
Yes, that is definitely that's definitely just lethal. Pretty good top deck from Ekop finishing the game, but you know, in a realistic sense, when there's no Reno in Pavel's hand, he had the ability to put on a lot of pressure again. He could have pinged his own patron, that's the 3/2, to make it a 3/1 and summon another 3/3, push through with that kind of stuff with the Frostbolt as well. So, you know, the game went pretty well for Ekop there. He got all the right moves early on, and that's the sort of issue that comes up for this Reno deck in terms of board control, where you don't have the Reno or you don't have the AoE, and other than the Hellfire, Pavel didn't really have either.
Yeah, and to be honest, even though it was, I think it was a good matchup for Pavel still, and but sometimes Reno Lock can really whiff. You don't get, because you mostly play one-offs, like you only play one-offs. You might not get the cards you need in that specific time, but even if Ekop would lose versus that deck, he still had a very good matchup versus Druid with the Tempo Mage.
Yeah, definitely. And so, you know, Ekop's lineup, yeah, especially his Tempo Mage, seems to be doing pretty good work for him so far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to see that Freeze Mage from Pavel versus Ekop's Warrior, which is
so this should be. We'll see how this matchup goes, because we just saw Pavel play a good game versus RDU's Patron Warrior and actually take the game, even though a lot of people would agree that it's favoured towards the Patron Warrior. We'll see how Ekop plays it, and if plays it a slightly different style, because I think RDU might have committed a bit too much to the board and not focused heavily enough on the armor generation, and that might have cost him the game. But we'll see how we'll see how Ekop gets on with this one.
You know, like the more I play this matchup and the more I've seen this matchup, I think it's really depending on what cards the players get. If Freeze Mage is too slow on drawing cards, Warrior will have a chance to rush the Freeze Mage. But if Freeze Mage is drawing well, then the Warrior also has to draw all the combo pieces to have this big Armor Smith turn. And if he has 2 Armor Smith turns with double Armor Smith, that's where the game ends. Because it is possible, as we talked last time, to try to pressure the mage, but the best strategy, I believe, is just fatigue. Just armor up as much as possible and get that double Armor Smith turn.
Yeah, I agree, because the difference between the fatigue matchup and the pressure matchup is the fatigue matchup is more consistent because you're less reliant on your opponent drawing badly, because fatigue, you should be in fairly reasonable control of being able to create the armor. So whereas, you know, being able to put pressure on, sometimes Mage does whiff and doesn't have any answers and you can steamroll them, but a lot of the time they do because the deck's built to draw that. So being able to just play for the fatigue match, I think, is definitely the right way to go in this matchup.
Absolutely. But I'm still not clear on how many cards you can draw early on. So for example, the Acolyte of Pain. Do you really want to draw just one card with it? Or do you want to leave it for now and draw maybe a couple more cards? Like, how many cards is too many cards?
Yeah, it's tough. I think that's sort of lines up with what your hand involves. As we saw in the previous game with RDU, he didn't have Death's Bite that he kind of needed as a whirlwind effect for his Armor Smith. So then you do just want to get into the Death's Bite because the trade-off of drawing more cards is you're gaining a hell of a lot more armor. So it really does depend on the hands. And Ekop's hand's looking pretty reasonable. And a difference in this matchup versus Pavel, instead of Pavel versus RDU, was that Ekop's got Dr. Boom ready for turn 7, whereas RDU had it, like, I think it was in like the bottom 5 cards in his deck. And Dr. Boom's pretty good versus Freeze Mage, if anyone didn't know.
Yeah, RDU was put in an awkward position almost every turn, starting with just Grommash into Alexstrasza and being forced to overextend with Patrons just to be able to kill Thorison as well. So definitely Ekop has a bit of a better start, but then there's that Thorison with all the great cards for Pavel.
Yeah, are they the right cards though? That's my worry. It looks really good to just slam Thorison to get that much value, because that is a lot of cards, but yeah, I think the Antonidas and the Thanos are really strong, but I think he would almost prefer just, you know, like the Frost Bolts and the Ice Lances to be able to squeeze in more damage into one turn.
Also, what's important, I think, is that Ekop is setting up Patron for next turn, so he has our Armor Smith on board already. That will be hard to kill. And next turn he can go with Green Patron into Inner Rage into Whirlwind.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good chunk of armor. If you recall, I think on turn 8, RDU was only sitting on 6 armor, so already Ekop's looking like he is going to play the Patron turn and generate quite the amount to be able to, you know, get the early start on pushing that extra health.
So now the big question is, can Pavel deal easily with this board in the current situation? Ekop has an execute for a possible Doomsayer Nova, but there is no Doomsayer for Pavel yet. If he uses Blizzard, Blizzard is probably reasonable, even though it's giving a lot of armor to... Oh, there was a Flame Strike.
Yes, Flame Strike,
oh,
yeah. Flame Strike's there. Flame Strike's probably okay.
Much better
but as you were saying, though, and quite right, like, the AoE gives your opponent so much armor, but if you don't do that, then there's no Frost Nova Doomsayer. So, they're going to get the armor, and then if next turn they have a Whirlwind again, then they gain the armor anyway, so you may as well guarantee the AoE clear and just get it off the board, and there's one Armor Smith down.
Yeah, but there is the second part. Even though you gave a lot of armor, you are dealing with board. So at some point, Ekop will run out of threats if you're just dealing with the threat after threat. And there are not that many threats. So the Patron board is one, then Dr. Boom is the other, Grommash is the third one, and then the second Patron wave is like the last threat that Ekop can put, right? And then we have fatigue draws.
Yeah. That's completely right. And Pavel's doing a really good job of keeping his hand pretty full. I was going to say we might see a Frost Nova now, but it looks like Pavel's going to favour the Frost Bolt onto the Dr. Boom just to slow him down a little bit.
I wonder if he's going for Blizzard next turn. Like, at some point you have to cast those Blizzards.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty okay next turn because, again, the 7 attack from the Dr. Boom is scary. Freeze Mage, other than Frost Nova Doomsayer, struggles to deal with the, like the big minions because they don't really have a direct answer that feels good. So being able to just play one Frostbolt, save 7 attack, and then Blizzard, save another 7 damage, and then Blizzard again, all the while keeping any additional minions played sort of out of the game for a couple of turns.
Absolutely. So good decision there, killing the mad scientist to protect Dr. Boom from Blizzard. But on the other hand, Blizzard is actually going to freeze it again. So a consecutive Blizzard will buy Pavel some time.
Yeah, and there's an Ice Lance. So slowly but surely, Emperor Thorison is looking really good now with the Frostbolt, the Ice Lance combined with the Thalnos and the Antinidus. It's starting to really, pick up in those value cards because you do need to get your most out of Emperor, especially in this kind of matchup where you need every single point of like extra damage possible.
So how many fireballs can Pavel get? If he goes for Thorison, at least 2 with Frostbolt and Ice Lance, and still he will have, what, 3 more mana, so he can go for Frost Nova.
Yeah, Frost Nova, so it'll be 3 fireballs, and he gains the damage from the Frostbolt Ice Lance.
Oh, he even hits one of the fireballs here.
This is really nice, and because now he's just held off the Dr. Boom, he's still on 30 health, and this is what we saw in the previous match where Pavel was actually under no health pressure for a lot of the game. And now he's locking out the weapon to try and get the double turn from the Emperor, but we can see that Ekop's not going to let that happen when he's holding Slam Execute.
Yeah, Ekop has an answer. But then on the other hand, it does force an Execute. So even though Ekop will not be, has that Execute, Pavel will hope that, hey, maybe then for Antonidus, he will actually not have a second Execute. Because if he will not cast the Frostbolt, Ekop just attacks into it, kills it with a weapon, and sitting on an Execute still. So with that play, you do protect your Antonidas, in your mind at least.
Yeah, and then, like you said, the Warriors only got 2 Executes, right? And the 2 big targets are Alexstrasza and Antonidas. So this, Pavel creating an awkward turn for Ekop is really good and actually shows like Pavel's mastery of this matchup, I imagine. We saw him take down RDU, and it looks like he's in at least a decent position at the moment versus Ekop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to see how many cards he has left in the deck, but with that Pyroblast, that will deal easily with the extra armor as well. So a lot of damage, and he will hope with the Frost Nova and Ice Lance to the face that Ekop doesn't have a second Execute, or at least he doesn't have an Activator. Unfortunately for Pavel, Ekop has them, but still.
Yeah, and this is probably the wrong way round Pavel wants these minions dealt with. He probably would have preferred Alexstrasza than the Execute, and then suddenly with Antonidas feeling safe after seeing 2 Executes, you do a turn like this and then really bank those fireballs. But this is still pretty reasonable. He's got 3 fireballs, Pyroblast, and the Thalnos, which can obviously squeeze in some extra damage as well.
Imagine if Ekop would not have an Execute and Activator.
Oh. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. He could actually re-equip Despite and do it that way if he really wanted to. I suppose he values the extra 4 damage versus the potential easy Grom proc for the 12 attack.
I think 4 damage is, 4 damage is really important overall, because at some point you want to get Mage lower with the Fatigue War to get him low enough so that he actually dies with the health remaining. Iceblock doesn't work in the Fatigue War because Fatigue kills you on your turn where the Secret is not active.
Yeah, exactly. And the way you play the match is to purposely set the mage up so that it dies on their own turn due to the fatigue, as you said, to get around that the ice block. And this is quite nice, using the Thalnos to AoE down the 2 minions on the board, remove the threat of the high damage of the Frothing Berserker.
Oh man, Acolyte of Pain shows up. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably bad. Not only the minion doesn't do anything when you play it, you can draw a card, you're getting closer to fatigue.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. I mean, what do you even want to do here? Like, because if you go in with Grom, it's going to die, and then you suddenly pretty much run out of threats.
Depends on how many cards are in the deck. Like, can you really just maybe kill it and armor up? Or like armor up pass and see what's going to happen? This is really intricate because if you give time to mage, you'll be in a bad spot. You still have one more armor smith in your deck, so maybe you want to draw and you want to generate some more armor through it. But I feel like Ekop is really getting downwards in this matchup for now.
Yeah, I think just from a quick, probably bad maths, Pavel's got 34 damage in his hand over multiple turns. So I think if Ekop just clears this off the board... Oh, this is interesting. Okay. That was an interesting thing. I don't know why he wouldn't have just attacked anyway. Was there any reason for that?
I don't see it actually. So he
because he would have got a whirlwind effect anyway, right?
Yeah. Well, not really. I mean, he tried to prepare a whirlwind effect for the next turn. So basically, he wanted to have Grommash be able to attack. Like, if you just attack, he would be playing a weapon and then not attacking with the weapon. So,
yeah, that's true.
So he would not have an activator, and he needed an activator there.
Okay, this ghoul's actually going to be pretty nice if he's going to leave the ghoul up or charge into the Alexstrasza here just to get it off the board. I guess he has to kill the Alexstrasza if he wants to keep armoring up past the potential damage of the mage.
Yeah, and now mage is almost out of damage, right? Because we are seeing what 34 damage. So fatigue will play a role. Fatigue damage will be important.
Yeah, and he's actually there. We go. I was gonna say he might actually start just stacking the damage now because let's be honest, at this point the Acolyte isn't really doing much, regardless.
Yeah.
And you've got the damage. Pavel has the damage he has. Whether Ekop can just generate enough armor to just battle through the fatigue wall. I'm not quite sure who's ahead on cards or behind on cards, should I say? But he does have Ghoul and Armor Smith, which is actually pretty key.
He does, but the sad part is that he might actually not activate the whirlwind effect. He used double whirlwinds. I don't know how many whirlwinds he used, but it would be a bit funny and awkward if you actually die while having Unstable Ghoul and Armor Smith on board. If Pavel just continues doing damage. Now he's going to use Pyroblast for 10, putting Ekop at... actually, that will be 15 after armor up. So is that enough?
He has
Frostbolt, he wins.
Has he used 2 Frostbolts?
I think he used 2 of them actually. Or was it 1 Frostbolt by Icelands? 1 Icelands?
Maybe. He definitely used a Frostbolt on the Dr. Boom, right? That definitely happened.
He just needs a bit more damage. 15. He can deal 13. Still get some fireballs in.
Yeah, I guess we're going to see the Doomsay Frost over this turn.
Ping face. Fireball face.
Does he Ice Lance the Armor Smith here?
That's actually a pretty smart move. Because Fatigue will play a big part in this matchup.
Yeah, and suddenly Slam doesn't feel too great when it's going to draw you another card. So Slam's going to feel pretty rough. Grim Patron does actually nothing here except die.
I've seen those matches with Fatigue going to 5 or 6, and this is the damage that the mage needs.
This is actually pretty crazy. Even now, when you start adding up the sort of potential for Fatigue, the Ice Lance, although at this second in time doesn't do any damage, he can actually just stop a minion from attacking for a turn. So maybe the Shredder doesn't attack next turn if it survives, which means you've effectively healed for 4. So which as we said, is pretty impactful when both players are sort of trying to handle the fatigue issues of this matchup. And he just lets his hand die. Yeah, there's not much else that Ekop could have done.
I think you
against
can see,
no armor, and there's an egg. Doesn't even do any damage.
Yeah, the egg is there, but I think you can see excellence of the freeze mage play by Pavel. But just looking at his picture, and that he managed to keep his face frozen for so long already.
Yeah, frozen. Very good. Whilst playing freeze mage. Awesome. I expect nothing less. Ekop probably wanted to see this Lotheb much earlier in the game. Lotheb's one of the key cards when you're playing against a deck like Freeze Mage, just to sort of buy yourself an extra turn a lot of the time. The bonus is he can slam his own egg, not draw a card, but gain a 4/4.
Yeah, that's actually
so there is some benefit of this egg.
and most of the threats are gone. So it will be interesting if those loot hoarders actually play a part. And Pavel is the first to hit fatigue, and he immediately concedes. That was a really long game, but this time Ekop played it really well, and it's so interesting because he seemed to be behind in that race.
Yeah, it's really rough. He managed to get a lot of armor, but I think Pavel getting that key Emperor off and even hitting that fireball as well. The turn he was playing on playing Emperor, and then just getting the 2 extra fireballs from Antonidas. That's so much damage.
Yeah, and he was banking on the damage specifically because he early in the game, when I wasn't sure about our Acolyte of Pain, right? He had that Acolyte of Pain and he did draw a lot of cards from it. So drawing so many cards puts you behind at the fatigue race.
Yeah. It's, so, looking pretty good for Ekop so far. He has got his Warlock now, which is Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo versus Freeze Mage. What do you think about that matchup specifically? So Zoo versus Freeze Mage, originally I feel is good for Freeze Mage.
Yeah, definitely. I think Zoo has to do some insane things to win. The only thing is, with the current version of Zoo we've been seeing, the addition of Bran and cards like Dark Peddler mean you can actually draw into a lot of additional burst in the form of like Soulfires, extra power overwhelmings, double procs on Abusive Sergeant, and Defender Vargas. So Gormok exactly is potentially another 4 damage. So if you go like fast enough, then like you can take this match, but the second the mage stabilizes, it gets incredibly difficult because the whole deck is built to slow like the board down, and Zoo deck it plays by just swarming the board and pushing through with powerful minions and buffs.
Absolutely, and an important thing that happened this game already is that Ekop didn't get a flame imp or anything big, so Pavel had an opportunity to just use the coin and get rid of the early abusive.
Yeah, and Pavel's got a pretty good follow-up as well with Scientist, Loot Hoarder. He's got all the good early draw. He's probably looking for a Frost Nova pretty quick, just so he can utilize the Doomsayer ready for turn 5, because turn 5 is the turn that it starts to normally get a little bit dicey against Zoo when they start stacking up the minions, and then maybe a Defender Vargas comes down, and then it starts to just slightly overwhelm.
He picked Reliquary Seeker. I wonder if there will be an option to actually play it. Most of the time when you play versus Freeze Mage, you don't want to fill your board. But in case that you actually hit a big implosion and you get a 5/5 out of nowhere, that might be a good thing for you. So it really depends how Ekop will play it. Because sometimes you want to have an empty space for a Doomguard, let's say, right? Or maybe...
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like there's something to note of his other 2 choices might have been terrible, whereas at least Seeker has the potential benefit of making a big impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you know that you have Haunted Creeper already. But for now, Ekop is not doing much pressure, and just Defender Vargas this turn doesn't seem that great, so maybe Ruben Egg and a tap. Like, he needs more cards to be able to pressure, but then he slows himself down as well, so giving more time to Pavel. I think this game already looks that Pavel is in favor, for now at least.
Yeah, it's definitely going to turn into a bit of a slow burner, which is definitely not what the Zoo player wants. I was just going to say before Ekop drew the second egg, one of the tactics in this matchup is to hold an Erubian Egg in your hand and wait for the opponent to do the Frost Nova Doomsayer, or Doomsayer in any way, and then you can play the egg and then just gain the 4/4 with effectively charge on your turn afterwards. So that's something he could think about doing. But before he drew that egg, I think he would have been forced to play the first one because he just doesn't have anything else. There wasn't really anything else on the board, but you can always roll 4.
Yeah, and now Reliquary Seeker is going to be a 5/5, right?
Yeah, and he has the 1 mana exactly to drop that on the board. I'm actually surprised Ekop's actually holding this long. This might be... Oh, no, he's not. Okay. Because that seems like a really good board. Like, what are you afraid of? There is the Frost Nova Doomsayer, which is an issue, but that's like your only issue, and you get the 4/4 afterwards from the egg, so it's not too terrible.
So Pavel is forced to fireball the 5/5. I mean, like, if he fireballs the 5/5, there's only 5 damage coming at you, so that's okay. And you still want to stall. He was thinking about also just slamming Thorisan on 6, and if you have all that burst in hand, there was a chance to just burst to down before it kills you. So you can sometimes race it, but overall, it's probably better to just go with the standard strategy, trying to freeze your opponent, deal with the board, and then just Alexstrasza combo.
Yeah, I mean, there's the freeze mage here just wants to just slow everything down and just wait it out. Because the longer the game goes on, and we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, is that Zoo normally hits a point by, say, turn 7 or 8, where they kind of just tap every single turn because their curve is so low that they can play everything they draw quickly and still have mana floating. And the more they tap, the closer they're putting themselves just to lethal. And when Freeze Mage can stall out the game just to extra turns, like with Frost Nova or Ice Block, then, you know, pushing yourself lower really is an issue when there's cards like Pyroblast in Pavel's deck.
Absolutely. I also want to mention that Pavel got a bit lucky with the Ice Barrier being the secret pulled by Mad Scientist instead of Ice Block, because you want to get that Ice Barrier early to get the health instead of just sitting on a dead Ice Block. And now the fact that Ekop played a second Nerubian Egg is taking Sun Power off the board, and with only 4 minions, Pavel didn't have to even consider clearing. 4 damage is not much, so he could have done anything. That's why Thorson.
Yeah, when there can be cards like on the board with like buff Defender of Argus, Dark Hiding Dwarf, Doomguard, you know, suddenly just that amount of damage total from a nearly full board, not too threatening.
Getting a 4 again, getting lucky implosions. But that's what you expect. Like, he was even fine with implosion for 2. Because then Thorson was dead anyway.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough for Pavel. He does have, I mean, he just wants to see a Frost Nova, I think, of some kind. Because the issue is, these 2 eggs are causing, like, what seems like a good blizzard to actually be terrible.
I think what he can do here is just Frostbolt the 3-2, play the Mad Scientist, play the Ice Block to force another Ice Barrier out of it. And then that will be 5 mana, he can even ping one of the imps. So board is not that threatening. Like, it's not that you really have to deal with Nerubian eggs.
Do you think actually there's a play to I'm just trying to think. 3, 4. Do you potentially want to play the Doomsayer? Frostbolt the 3-2, try and get Doomsayer off, and then you can just Flame Strike and just clear the eggs or clear the spiders before they can actually do anything next turn.
I think
or
that's
the turn after, sorry.
Absolutely reasonable. Like, if you Frostbolt the 3-2, you can play a Doomsayer for 1. Yeah, I like the play as well, but Pavel decides to go for the heal bot and keeping that Doomsayer for a very important moment where he gets the Frost Nova and the board is even bigger.
Yeah, I mean, once you hit the Frost Nova, especially versus Zoo, they only normally run like 1 owl. So, like, Frost Nova Doomsayer is so strong because there's no other, like, good way to deal with the board. But tapping into Lothar feels pretty reasonable at the moment as well. That, like, again, just effectively gains Ekop a turn, sort of, you know, like, maybe half a turn, I suppose. Because, you know, the Freeze Mage can do other things, but just not a lot of them because all the spells jump so high in cost.
Yeah, but still, Ekop has a full board, and this board is not doing much damage anyway. Like, there's only those 4 damage plus Lothar, so Pavel's still in a great shape, just can wait. And now, because Mad Scientist survived, will he be able to... Yeah, he will be able to force... Do you just Ice Block here? Just force the Ice Barrier, kind of.
Yeah, I mean... Let's be honest, with this hand, yeah, that Ice Block so just kills the Voidwalker. I think... Was he hovering over Doomsayer then? So I think Doomsayer is definitely risky.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
if there's something Zoo does, it's buff minions to trade up. So with 6 attack already on board, you are definitely afraid of that +1 coming out from Zoo.
There is a Doomguard for Ekop. So from Ekop's perspective, like, obviously Pavel wants to try to survive. He still has some clears and some damage, so Ekop has to be careful with regards to his health though. But he has some burst potential here, just going with the Defender of Argus, and he'll be able to deal some considerable damage this turn. Trying to play around AoEs as much as possible, but I have to wonder, Raven, how much can you play around AoEs and still be threatening?
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Because as you can see, like, I was just going to say, the tap there was interesting because Ekop could have played the Dark Iron Dwarf and the Argus and pushed. He's sort of just, like, trying to just poke Pavel down, isn't he? But, again, if he just commits, like, or doesn't commit enough to push him, like, he's going to keep tapping, and Pavel will just kill him. Like, you know, out of nowhere, Pavel will just kill him, or have long enough to draw Frost Nova and clear the whole board anyway. and he's still on 20 now, like 27 health after the hit on the ice barrier.
With Antonidas, is that it? Is it just it? Like slam Antonidas and ice block, get the fireball, and then you have enough.
I believe so, because then you can just fireball next turn with ping or whatever, and then pyroblast the turn after, and there's because it won't be lethal because Ekop's almost certainly forced to kill Antonidas, which soaks up enough resource for him to probably not be able to draw the block through 27 health.
Yeah, exactly. And just like that, I mean, you've seen Lothep as well, so there is there anything for the Zoo to actually stop the advance, stop the damage?
Kezan Mystic.
Kezan Mystic. Yes, that's a card that can work. Is there anything from the Dark Peddler?
I don't even think power, even double power overwhelming is not enough, I don't think. He's going to play the Doom Guard now to follow up with. Probably won't play the Flame Imp, as I think it might feel a little bit too risky in terms of health.
Yeah, but we know that's it. The thing is that even though this game is lost for Ekop, Pavel still has a Druid in the lineup, and that will be a good matchup. So I wonder if Pavel is going to take the Reno Lock, which is a good matchup for Pavel, or the Druid deck next.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I guess you want to... this is the winner's match, right? So, yeah, he probably just wants to make it as close as possible, so I imagine he might take the Reno Lock. And just sort of save what I think is the worst matchup to last. If he loses this set, then he'll have potentially lost 3-2, not 3-1.
Right. Okay, so on the back of double fireball, Pavel is taking that game versus Zoo, and that was some painful ride versus Ekop. And I think that was also a perfect example how, even though you're playing versus those AoEs, you are slamming the Nugan Eggs and Haunted Creepers. I think Ekop absolutely played it well, but it shows that Mage sometimes just doesn't have to deal with your board if you're not dealing enough damage. And a tough start for Ekop, where he opened with Abuse the Surgeon without Flame Imp. He wasn't able to put enough pressure on Pavel to be concerned about his health total.
Yeah, that was one of the issues, wasn't it? I mean, we saw like the double egg come down, and they did nothing for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it's just like 2 slots on the board doing 0 damage, and okay, you put enough AoE, but when, as you said, the AoE stops like 5 damage, and it's like, yeah, okay, I just won't AoE you, because if he AoEs, he generates 8 damage, so it's worth more to Pavel to leave the board up how it was. So that was a pretty good play from Pavel. I think he's been really solid with his Freeze Mage play overall so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Freeze Mage is locked, so he will not have to play it again. The big question is, will Zoo win versus Druid or not? But even if we see Reno Lock versus Zoo, I've seen some crazy Reno Lock versus Zoo games where Zoo was able on the back of Dark Peddler get this Soulfire or another PO and actually burst the Reno Lock before Reno Lock stabilizes. And we've seen it even before where Reno Lock was never drawn and the deck just died.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's completely viable, and it's actually just a viable strategy with any form of aggressive deck to beat Reno decks. You literally just go all in. If they have Reno and stabilize, fair enough. If they don't, you should win. And that's actually just the strategy that you can take most of the time, because otherwise, trying to do a lot of board clear, like the Reno Luck ends up top decking a lot stronger than a lot of aggressive decks. So it means that they can't really... they recover a lot quicker from a board clear than you do.
Absolutely. And about the Druid, Zoo versus Druid is a standard example where Druid will try to stop the Zoo with early swipe, ramp, innervate keeper, something like that to deal with the early aggression. But if they can't, Zoo is positioned perfectly to just laugh at the swipe or any AoE that Druid can apply and just kill the Druid before it stabilizes. Yeah,
and the addition of Bran to this fairly recent new Zoo list is really nice, because Bran and combined with a Dark Peddler Abusive, or even just Peddlers on their own, they provide so many additional plus buffs, along with say Dark Iron Dwarf, that even getting through cards like Druid of the Claw that used to be quite difficult for Druid becomes a lot easier when you can just go, okay, I'll just power overwhelming this minion because I can just draw potentially 2 more from the Dark Peddler. So you can trade up so hard with this deck that even some of the big Druid bombs aren't too difficult to deal with.
Absolutely. All right, so we are here at Game 4 at the Reno Lock, and you can see already the Doomsayer, an interesting inclusion by Pavel. He's also playing Faceless and Arcane Golem. to add some twist and burst in his deck. And from Ekop, the trusting Zoo, but he missed his turn 1.
Yeah, it's always rough when you have to skip that. I mean, he does have a pretty okay follow-up in terms of Peddler, the Creeper, even a PO if need be. But it is a bit rough. And when Pavel answers the Spider with an Owl, Ekop's only real hope to defend this is to get a Void Caller or a Mortal Coil to deal with this Owl and block it and keep the Creeper alive to continue to push for damage.
I think because he is pondering on what to take, that's actually not a Mortal Coil. Oh, an interesting card. But he has double PO, so there's Sunburst. So maybe in Ekop's head, he actually thinks, hey, I have a good chance if I rush. And that's what you have to do. Like, when you play versus Renologue, you have to rush them down.
Yeah, and there is potential for like ludicrous amounts of damage to come out from the Zoo, as we said. So it's been really interesting. The PO even on the egg now generates a 2/1 if it it hits a minion once. So he does get some value from that. But Imp Gang Boss is a really nice pickup from Pavel. And the way to counter a deck like Zoo sometimes is to just generate just as many little annoying tokens and trade away and keep trading.
What about Doomsayer? Because you're looking at 6 damage if there's a PO. So you're saying to your opponent, hey, you have to have a PO and Abusive, which he actually picked up right now. But still, it does soak up 6 damage.
Yeah, I think... So this is really tough. He either goes for tap and then maybe plays the Haunted Creeper to get the tokens, or he does clear, because clearing kind of soaks up the damage, but also it guards your board a little bit and makes you be able to play like the Creeper this turn. So at least then you get like the 1/2 Creeper, the 2/2 minion, and you just I guess you just throw the egg away. But other than that, you just feel bad skipping a turn. That's the problem with leaving the Doomsayer up. You do a little bit of damage, but nothing else. So I think you have to try and kill it here.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that only shows that Doomsayer actually worked really well this game, and Pavel has still a lot of heal and a good follow-up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, when Pavel's sitting on Reno, the Imp Gang Boss, a heal bot, Farseer, nearly all his cards are healed. And then even now into the Twisting Nether while he still holds the coin as well. Like, Twisting Nether's really nice because, other than the early game minions, a lot of the Zoo minions aren't too sticky. We go into Dark-Iron Dwarfs, the Doom Guards, Lothar, so on. So after that, like a Twisted Nether can really shut your opponent down hard.
Absolutely. And there is a Mortal Coil for Pavel, so drawing some cards here. Still no AoE apart from the Twisting Nether that you mentioned, but I'm sure he's really comfortable. Also picking up Sylvanas, where Reno wasn't the best play on turn 6, but you still want to have minions to fight versus Zoo, so Sylvanas can do a lot of work there.
Yeah, and even if Sylvanas gets owled, it either eats a lot of minion damage anyway, or it steals something, one or the other, or it can continue to trade. So I think Sylvanas was, I agree, a really good pickup there. And Pavel must feel so comfortable. There's Healbot first if he wants to, like maybe Healbot tap on turn 7 after Sylvanas. He has Reno if things get, really rough with like Doom Guards coming down. Even a Siphon Soul for a Doom Guard, if need be. So we've got so many options. You should be feeling fairly comfortable.
Absolutely. All right, so what's the play turn 6? So is it Sylvanas or is it now Reno suddenly? Siphon Soul on 4/4 seems pretty good as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's even like Healbot into the Zombie Chow is pretty reasonable as well.
What about the Siphon Soul and then Twisting Nether on 7 with the coin?
Yeah, it could be okay. I'm just thinking if you want to Twisting Nether with the coin, then there's no need to kill a minion this turn when you could heal instead.
Are you in danger of dying if you don't do anything?
Yeah, I'm thinking like if you heal bot and then Chow, and then follow up with Twisted Nether, then you've not really lost too much, and you still have Siphon Soul for a Doom Guard. There's Bran, so I love that combo, by the way. Bran and Argus.
Yeah,
it's so good. +2/+2 and Taunt on 2 minions. Oh.
It is pretty sweet. And unfortunately, we will not see it because Defender of Argus makes a lot of sense on this board, trying to put some minions outside of the Demon Wrath range at least. And do you really think about playing around Twisting Nether? Like, is it even at the back of your mind?
I mean, Ekop's definitely thinking about that coin. You know, he knows it's still there. So there's definitely some consideration. And I wonder if skipping this turn now and just pushing is worth, because you don't, if you push them hard enough and force them to like Reno on what health will it be? 2+6, 7. So it doesn't feel great to Reno on that health when there's still a board. And then if they clear, then you can maybe follow up with you know, the Bran Argus onto the Imp that should be left, probably, due to like a Shadow Flame. Obviously Twisting Nether just destroys everything, but I think holding off at this point is pretty good.
Wow. Yeah, that was a really good read from Ekop. But on the other hand, this allows Pavel to play slower as well. He doesn't have to force Twisting Nether because there is nothing really to destroy. Just touch Belcher into maybe even just coin the Farseer.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I agree. Because the problem is now, or not the problem, but for Pavel, the coin is becoming like less and less important because it's not, you're not coining into any massive turns. And the Farseer pushes health a little bit in case there's, say, an Owl PO Doomguard or something stupid. So
He decided to go for Zombie Chow because Farseer can also have other uses. Maybe with Bran it can actually heal for 6, which is big as well.
that's true, yeah. I mean, and 15 health with a Belcher up is still pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Are you liking the like Owl Bran Argus here?
I feel I
just
like
push.
it. I mean, if you played versus Twisting Nether, that will not have any sense because then you'll be just dead to Twisting Nether. But you have to. I think this matchup is so bad for Zoo that you have to make hard choices and think to yourself that hey, there is basically no Twisting Nether and nothing in his hand. I just have a clean way to kill, because if you wait too much, if you wait for too long, you might lose your window of opportunity to win the game.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, it is really rough. And the problem with Recap as well is he's not like our Doom Guards, which are like the big, you know, power play in terms of damage. So he's trying to just poke Pavel down and hope. But we can see that there's like 3 pretty important healing cards in hand.
Yeah, that's exactly true. So did Ekop manage to finish his turn? Not playing the Flame Imp this turn, trying not to overextend into AoEs. There are so many possibilities. Like, we haven't seen a Hellfire, there can be a Shadow Flame, there can be a Demon Wrath, and obviously Twisting Nether. So how do you not overextend and still win? I think this is a reasonable Reno turn, actually.
Yeah, part of me still just thinks like the problem with Reno is the follow up after Reno isn't great unless you're happy with tap Reno. Whereas there's potential that you could even
Farseer Argus.
Yeah, Farseer Argus or Healbot coin Argus. Because again, like, you're starting to hit the point where what am I actually going to coin once I've got 10 mana? That's going to be super impactful. Whereas if you like Healbot Argus, you're super safe on health. You can kill whatever you want. And, you know, there's still good bodies on the board.
Yeah, I agree. But, so there is a couple of options for Pavel. If you throw Reno, you do heal to the full, and you have you can kill the 2/2. Like, you can even tap right now. Tap into Reno would still be pretty nice.
Yeah.
But we mentioned a couple of options available.
Pavel really likes this coin.
And he healed the Zombie Chow, so having a bit more defense instead of going for healing himself because of that Reno in hand.
This is I'm trying to work out whether like healing the Chow was a bit brave, as opposed to, I suppose healing the Chow is very similar to healing Face, except I guess
It's still free health.
Face can't be silenced, I suppose.
And you've seen 1 PO already, but on the other hand, Ekop has a lot of cards. I really like how Ekop is playing this game, where instead of rushing, he's actually giving himself a chance with having a lot of cards. At the moment, he has more cards in hand than Pavel, who is playing a control deck.
Yeah, how strange. I think it's really, really good from Ekop, I agree, because he's presenting Pavel with turns that he don't feel good enough to play any of his cards on. You know, like 13 health Reno when you have a lot of other heal options. No, okay. You know, like, and then yes, he can heal himself and then taunt up, fine, but this Twisting Nether's not going to get a lot of value, and it's just like presenting with awkward turns that he doesn't really want to fully commit to. And again, filling this board up with imps. Like, the imps are doing damage, but do you want a Twisting Nether, a board full of 1/1s? Like, It feels terrible.
Yeah, it's actually so funny. The low value boards. There's an Arcane Golem for Pavel, but this is not what he wanted. But on the other hand, Raven, it's what, like 4-7 damage. So if you slam Lifetop into Reno, you should be in a good shape. And look at that. That's 16 damage right there.
Yeah. This is looking pretty okay. I mean, the weird point we're at now is that Pavel needs to push damage because he kind of needs to twist in Nether, I guess, and then go for the combo afterwards. Because of cards like Argus that we'll see very soon. So he does need to clear off the board. It's whether he commits fully into this now, or I kind of like the Lothar play, to be honest.
Do you think Ekop is going to go for Brand Bronzebeard into Flame Imp?
Yeah, definitely. He definitely wants to take 6 damage instead of 3. It's a mistake in terms of negative battle cries we've all done.
We've seen him frostbolt his own face at one point. So sometimes you can forget about things, or like he will just go for it in the DM.
Brand Lothar, you are not playing any spell.
Yeah, I like that. So like, actually, I've been discussing this list with some people, and they were asking me like, why would you play Brown Bronzebeard? It doesn't do anything in the deck, and I was shocked because you have so many cards that actually work with it. You have Argus, you have Lothar, Flame Imp. Flame Imp does work with it, but...
Yeah, Flame Imp does work with it, depending on how you define work.
Yeah. They have an interaction, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's probably a good explanation.
But Gormok is also really good with Brown, and even
that
like
Peddler is probably I think one of the highest value cards.
Yeah.
Because just being able to discover twice when Warlock has some of the best 1-drops is pretty insane.
Absolutely. It's a great card to play.
Pavel doing well here. Like, Dr. Boom was one of the better cards he could have drawn into, other than just sort of plain Sylvanas, and that was it, with Lothar locking out the board clear.
Yeah, and Pavel is having such a dangerous hand because I don't think Ekop is... Well, he's probably expecting the combo because he's seen the previous games, but... now he actually has to kind of play around it, right? You know there's a possible 16 damage coming at you.
Gormok! Die, Dr. Boom, die! You can just Gormok Boom down. It's like Gormok's the new and improved big game hunter.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Is he not going for Gormok, or is he going for full, phase? This is really interesting. Because, as you said, Ekop has knowledge of Pavel's deck. Yeah. So he knows there's Twisting Nether. He knows there's a combo. And the longer the game goes on, these cards are more and more and more likely to actually be used. So, definitely doing some work to play around this. But this is going to be a rough Twisting Nether if there ever was one.
Yeah, this Twisting Nether is really, really strong for Pavel.
I was surprised he played the Argus and the Gormok. I thought it was going to be one or the other.
So he was waiting not to overextend the whole game, but in the end he did overextend a bit. He still has a follow-up though. Pavel is at 14 and Ekop has a lot of minions to play.
Yeah, and the good thing is, 2 Voidwalkers are actually pretty key when your opponent's playing the combo. Because there's no, nice way. There is a Shadow Flame in Pavel's hand. So that's the AoE he needs, but it just delays, one more turn, I guess.
Shadow Flame with Sylvanas?
Yeah, that's true, actually. He can steal the 4/4. That might actually just be ruthless.
Yeah, so this is the last push for Ekop. He'll be trying to get a bit more damage and thinking how not to overextend into the Hellfire. But even with the Hellfire, he probably would be happy. He wants to top deck the Doom Guards. He wants Hellfire to deal damage, and he thinks how much can he heal, but there is the second AoE that will be devastating.
Yeah, I think Shadow Flame Sylvanas actually seals the deal on this game.
Because there is a follow-up with Healbot. But even with that, right? You take the 4/4 and Ekop will have to life top. Oh, he is actually in range now.
Yeah, it's not even that. Yeah, I was going to say he takes he gets what, 16 damage. Yeah. So he takes the 4/4. Oh god, this Molten.
Casual playing a Molten as well.
He takes the 4/4, and regardless of the Molten being available, he then goes straight into the Arcane Golem combo. But Ekop did hold on to a Voidwalker. A swift nod from Ekop there as he's like,
there is still a coin.
Pavel just doesn't want to play the coin. I think he should just play the coin now. Just play it.
Why not?
Have we seen 0 Doom Guards from Ekop? Because this feels like the roughest. Oh, there we go. There's one. You can play everything, right?
Yeah, but well, it only shows how difficult this matchup is, and even though I feel like Ekop played it really well, positioning himself in a way to almost win the game. Pavel, with that burst, takes the game from Ekop, but it's not that bad for Ekop because he still ends up in a Druid versus Zoo matchup where he will have an advantage.
Yeah. That matchup probably took its toll on both players pretty heavily. I mean, that was considering you say Zoo versus Reno, you don't really expect the matchup to go on that long and still be close.
Absolutely.
You know, like you've played matchups where, like, you know, you get to 1 health pretty quick, smash Reno, and it's like, yeah, okay, concede. You know, like, and then on the other way where you just burst a Reno lockdown. But that matchup, there was some really, really interesting plays, and both players did that really well, and really close one.
Well, this is Hearthstone Champions League, Raven. So we have the best players playing against each other for a $10,000 prize pool. The winner is going to take $5,000. Group B today, and on Thursday we're back with Group C, and then Friday Group D.
Yeah, I expect nothing less from the level of these players, to be honest.
I agree. Okay, so Zoo versus Druid, and the key cards here are Innervate. Shade is pretty good in the beginning, but Double Force of Nature might not cut it. You want something like a Wild Grove, Keeper of the Grove, but Ekop missing the turn. Well, he had a coin, so now he has a turn 1 play, but no 1-drops.
Yeah, going into double creep is okay, as they're normally pretty awkward for the Druid to deal with. Swipe is a reasonably big draw considering you're looking at Pavel's hand. But Ekop should be feeling pretty okay at the moment because of the Owl and the Power Overwhelming, because being able to, like, just wipe off, you know, like a high value Druid minion with like a creeper or a creeper token normally feels pretty good. But there's another good draw from Pavel in the form of the Keeper of the Grove. So one of these key cards you were discussing, Nympshare, it's already in his hand.
Yeah, suddenly he will have a turn 4 play, turn 5 play, which are really good. And Force of Nature, even though you're looking at it, yeah, Force of Nature is a turn 9 card with the combo. Not really versus Zoo. Like, you're happy to just throw it away on turn 6 and kill almost the whole board.
Yeah, definitely. And this feels pretty good. Oh, okay, he's doing... Yeah, I suppose this is fine. Yeah. So he's clearing the board minus like a 1-1, but a 1-1 isn't too much of a threat. And the Shade just being 5-4, pretty reasonable. The Owl is a card, but it might even just see Power Overwhelming.
So if you play Knife Juggler into Owl, you have a 50-50 chance to kill the Shade right there, but it's really risky. If you miss, you'd lose your Knife Juggler, so your turn will be terrible. If you go for PO, you can play Knife Juggler, which is, I think 50-50 is probably the best bet you have, because whatever else you do, you end up with an awkward situation. Like if you use PO, where PO is a really good card versus other big creatures, you will end up with a just single Knife Juggler or not play anything there.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, and this has just gone. This matchup looked really good for Ekop initially, but Pavel being able to just draw into these, like, you know, the 2 4-drops and then now the Shade is pretty huge. Nothing feels good here, and I think Ekop's going to get punished pretty hard if he misses this.
So he hits with the Juggle. He has to be happy about it, but then Pavel has a follow-up with Keeper of the Grove. Or even Shade with the hero power is not terrible. You did see... Have you seen Implosion? Oh, it's risky. Playing Shade into a Juggler. Oh man, he has the balls.
He's just going to do it. Sure, why not? I mean, to be fair, what he's doing now is, like, Implosion isn't really a card anymore. At least for this turn, because you can't Implosion a stealth minion.
Yeah.
So he's got to rely on his opponent having 2 minions to play this turn, and then both Juggles hitting. And we can see that, you know, Pavel's actually not going to get punished too hard for this, because there's no... What do you even play? Like, do you want to throw the Doom Guard on the board and just hope?
No, Gormog I think is absolutely fine. So this
You've
is
seen
the
a
thing about
swipe, I
Gormog.
guess, right?
It's great when you play it as a combo card, like when you activate it, but it's just a 4/4/4.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But as you said earlier, the Force of Nature is actually just pretty good to clear up Zoo minions. And the fact that Pavel's now got an Ancient of Law to just keep curving, he can Shredder if he really needs to, or just Force of Nature again to kill off this Doom Guard. His opponent's just thrown 2 cards away, so already this game's looking more and more secure for Pavel, even though he's gone a little bit low in health.
Well, but Zoo has possibilities, right? And the Doomguard is still on board, unless Innervate Wrath and kill the Doomguard, and then you have the 5/5. I think that's actually a valid play.
There's almost no reason not to, right? Like,
yeah.
Why have the potential of this minion causing problems when you can start the turn or start your opponent's turn with a 5/5 on an empty board for you, and then they have to do something to deal with a 5/5. With 1 card in hand at the moment. So this is looking really good for Pavel. And he's even got follow-up. Living Root, Shredder, he's got Silence if he needs it. He can Force of Nature if Ekop swarms the board again. He's got an answer for almost any outcome that Ekop can come back with now.
Yeah, it's actually amazing how Pavel turned around can we say that Ekop had a slow start? With double Haunted Creeper, it looked alright.
Yeah, I think Ekop's start was fine. It was just that Pavel drawing straight into the he innovated Shade, didn't he? And then he looked like he had a dead hand, but then going into the swipe and then having the wrath afterwards and being able to curve from that point really helped Pavel out, because the 2 creepers are good unless there's a swipe and a way to prep those creepers. So we did see that, and now the game looks like it's just being locked down. Now it's going to be a real struggle for Ekop to come back.
Yeah, he just has the Defender of Argus in hand, so he's still trying to fight back, but he is forced to tap almost every turn, putting him lower. So if Pavel gets something like... does he even need the Savage Roar here?
How much damage does he has? So let's say he has 10 damage just from hand, because he can just double Living Roots to face. Now because of the taunts, Pavel needs to just push through here, get through these eggs, but gonna be kind of rough. I mean, Pavel is on low health, but he can just keep trading, and he has 2 Living Roots if he just wants to kill stuff with. He just clears the board again, and eventually he's gonna draw Savage Roar or just win through the sheer power on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is going to draw a card with Wild Growth next turn, so without taking damage. I would not... There is a Power Overwhelming for Ekop, though, in his hands. So I would not say that Ekop is out. Well, he's not... Certainly, he's not out of the tournament, because even if he loses versus Pavel right now, he will be facing someone else in the losers bracket. The winner of... let's see, we have
Hoej and
RDU.
Yeah, Hoej and RDU, yeah. So I think here for Pavel, there's no reason not to clear the board if he can. Oh, okay, he's just going to swarm. That's also fine. As he said, the trade up potential is really something to fear against Zoo. But I suppose 1 minion on board to do 13 damage with only 2 cards plus potential 3 with a tap. That is actually asking quite a lot from the Druid.
But does he even still has a chance if he goes for Power Overwhelming 6 damage to face, and then he needs to deal 7? Something like a Doomguard into tap abusive. There will be hero power though, so...
What does he get?
Now he gets
Dark-Iron Dwarf.
Dark-Iron Dwarf, so potentially how much damage is there? Is he dead next turn? That's 6, 10, 11, 15.
16 with hero power.
Yeah, not dead yet.
Yeah, this is actually... Is Ekop actually can come back here?
If Savage
I imagine Savage Roar now. Oh, well, Dr. Boom's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, Dr. Boom is definitely fine.
So I guess Pavel runs all his 1/1s into the 1/1s?
Well, he
got
a
1/1 into a 2/1.
But, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Because all you do now is, because of Dr. Boom, you just remove everything off the board, I think, and just don't give the option for the Warlock to be able to do anything too crazy here.
So you are saying Dr. Boom on board is better than the hope of winning the game off the top?
Yeah.
Because it is, yeah.
So, would you... So, honest question. Would you run the 4-2 into the 1/1 here? Because I know I would.
I would attack the 1/1. Just to deny any buff possible.
I've played a good amount of Zoo recently, and I know the type of stuff that deck can do in terms of bursts. So I would definitely remove that card. And good play from Pavel getting rid of it.
There is
So
an
just
argument
reducing
though,
the outs.
because if you go for face, you set up lethal for the next turn, possibly.
Yeah, that's true. I just think like as a druid, you can afford to just not give him lethal because you have Doctor Boom on board.
There is a Doomguard, and there is some damage here.
This is the 7. Do you? Yeah, you have to just go face, right?
It actually
Oh,
has
sorry, no, it's
summoning
you played the
sickness,
thing that turn. Yeah, I'm talking crap.
That's fine, that's
And
fine.
that's lethal.
That was a really long match, Raven, but this
Yeah,
is lethal,
I was just like, all this maths, guys, all this maths.
Oh man, that was tough. Like, Ekop almost had it, an advantage 2-1. He just needed to win one game with the Zoo, and he had a good matchup versus the Druid. But Pavel was able to turn it around. That was an impressive match overall.
Yeah, really crazy set as well, and one of the few sets I think so far, the only set that's gone 3-2, I believe.
Yeah, and most
So
of
that
them, they're a bit faster with 3-0 or 3-1.
Yeah, so that's a good set overall. But as we said earlier, Ekop's not out. He's going to play the winner of RDU and Hoej. So that was a chance to qualify. Whereas Pavel, first player through with some pretty solid performances actually.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So the next match is RDU versus Hoej. That's an elimination match. So whoever loses that is eliminated from the tournament, and the winner is going to face Ekop in another elimination match. The winner of that is going to advance to the top 8 playoffs. Pavel already through. So a great performance from the Russian player, but for now we're going into a short break, so give us some time while we prepare the players. Stay tuned.
Malfurion versus Valera.
Watch your back.
I must protect the wild.
This guy's close.
Hi guys and welcome back to Hearthstone Champions League. We are here in the match Artie versus Hoej. My name is Nimsh and I'm here with Raven, and we jumped into the game a bit late. But Raven, what's going on here?
Yeah, so we have RDU bringing his Rogue lining up against Hoej's Druid. So really interesting matchup actually, because the Rogue has the ability to clear like the big Druid boards with the big blade flurries. But other than that, it can very easily slip away, because this is one of the matchups I feel that if the Rogue doesn't have the big clear and can really hold on to tempo, it can really suffer from just being unable to clear the board, and the Druid doing the combo and just finishing the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And let's see how it goes. For now, Hoej can cast for 6 mana. He can use the Innervate to cast something this turn, and then on 5, cast one of the... This is a very interesting hand, right? Because on 5 he has Lothep, he has Adric, but he also has a passable Innervate Intervention of Lore. But you probably don't want to do it if you have 2 good 5-drops. So Innervate into Lothep this turn might be interesting, especially because you see the Violet Teacher and you want to block the spells from being played.
Yeah, I completely agree, because the Innovate Lotheb locks out the teacher to a certain extent, and also, even if the Lotheb gets sort of half dealt with, then the Shade's big enough to kill the teacher anyway next turn. So this is a really good play and should really cause some issues for RDU. He can play his own Lotheb as an answer, but then the trade suddenly, go backwards in the negative for him, especially because Hoej then gets the slight initiative in terms of being able to play the Drake to then follow up and keep ahead on the board.
Yeah, so for now, pretty straightforward game on both sides. RDU just trying to get that damage, but this will be a really good turn for Hoej with that Azure Drake, as you mentioned. And turn 6 doesn't look terrible. I mean, he probably would like to have something different, like a Thorsten maybe, or Sylvanas. But Keeper is still something that he will be able to play. Will be able to play on turn 6. What about RDU though? What will be his turn 6?
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. I think there's potential that we just see double Abyss here. He could Deadly Poison, double Abyss. It doesn't put anything on the board, but other than that, he's forced to leave one minion up, because he's just shy of being able to say Teacher, Poison, kill. He could poison and just kill and take 5 from the Shade, which would save an Abyss, which would be okay, but it's just a little bit just tight on mana to be able to get the nice clean board clear.
Yeah, even if you go for Violet Teacher Eviscerate, you're losing your Violet Teacher to the Shade, and then you have literally nothing. Like, you can just stall and try to get cards.
Yeah, this is really rough. Is he just going to invest and clear the board? Clearing the board might be the priority over the Teacher, because as he said, the Teacher just you're left with a 1/1 afterwards, which does nothing. So this is pretty okay. He can then build up to potentially Violet Teacher and sap anything that gets played next turn from Hoej.
So now, knowing that there are saps in the deck, and there is a deadly poison, can you afford to charge face?
I think it's a real tough one, like, because Sap, he does have the follow-ups for turn 7, if, he plays it in taunt mode, the Druid of the Claw, but if he charges, then you have just seen one Eviscerate, so, just playing the odds, like, the Eviscerate's probably not going to happen next turn, so if he attacks him with the weapon to kill the 4/4, then it's going to require something like an SI7 agent, which he's already seen one of, and a Fan of Knives, or a Fan of Knives, so pretty rough, but he did go for the taunt, and going to be on the receiving end of RDU's Sap.
Alright, are you keeping preparation for something like Sprint in the future? And just playing a simple 3/5 here. Not really threatening, and that's not much, so I think Hoej can just go for Ancient of Lore and draw the cards.
Yeah, I think this is okay. Anything else feels like it doesn't do enough. And he's seen a Sap, he's seen an Abyss, and his opponent's only on 3 cards. And Rogue really does benefit from having a large hand, as you said, to like, if RDU got prep into Sprint next turn, then that's pretty huge for him in terms of like, wrestling this game back. But Hoej, he does have a big hand himself, but I think, drawing cards and putting a 5/5 on the board always feels nice.
A good card for RDU would also be Azure Drake, like getting an Azure Drake drawing a card and then eviscerate the 5/5. But whatever happens, he always has this 1/1 that he can use. So however many spells he can play, the better for RDU. But then Hoej might be looking for a swipe at some point to be able to deal with his board better.
Yeah, do you think there's a point to actually play the Druid of the Claw and just hero power down the 1/1 maybe? And then if you get sapped again, then all the saps are gone and you're pretty free to do whatever you want.
That was a possibility, but Hoej decided to go for the kill on Violet Teacher and decides that because he doesn't have the swipe, he wants to get rid of the threat as fast as possible. And there are not that many silenced targets in Rogue deck. The one I can think of is Edwin Van Cleef, but other than that, not that many.
Yeah, this is going to work out really well for RDU now, because he's drawing to Dr. Boom. He can actually just run his weapon, his 1/1 into the Keep of the Grove if he wants to. And then, having just Dr. Boom on board is pretty nice. And it sort of demands a big game hunter from Hoej to really, come back onto the board.
Yeah, and he has an Innervate, so if he gets the Big Game Hunter, that will be a very big turn. And he gets it! Whoa!
Oh,
Innervate into BG.
It'll be a very big game hunter turn.
Yeah, off the top. And RDU is making a face.
Yeah, that was it's pretty rough. But like this far into the game, when you can draw an addition, it's like he had 3 chances, right, to get that BGH. The initial card draw off the top for the turn, and then 2 more from the lore. So RDU definitely a little bit rough, and the SI7 agent can do some work. So he can like, oh well, this is the issue. Like he wants to really proc something to get the SI and the Eviscerate, but he won't be able to, so he's kind of hoping for a big hit on this bomb.
Yeah, so he's getting the SI and Eviscerate into that to ensure that the bomb actually lands on face and he gets the damage, but 1 damage is not much, and I feel like RDU absolutely needs this Sprint, or Azure Drake at least, to have something. Azure Drake with a good follow-up. Oh man, there's Torison.
Yeah, it definitely feels like RDU is pretty much shy on Sprint or Bust. Maybe he's got like 1 more turn to be able to draw Sprint or something big, but after Boom being dealt with so efficiently, it's definitely feeling pretty rough.
Yeah, and this turn from Hoej can be really big with Druid of a Claw and Taunt Form and Pilot the Shredder to put an insane amount of power on board. But you have to stop there and consider that Thorison for just a moment, because after playing Thorison, it's not really contested on board right now. There are only 2 cards for RDU, and you get so many good plays after that. Or maybe even just Ancient of Lore was an option, because specifically of the Thorison in your hand. So many options, but you cannot just underestimate the 4/6 and the 4/3.
Yeah, this puts the most power and the most minions on the board as well. So giving the rogue multiple minions after you've seen 2 of this, seen a sap, seen 1 deadly poison already, then you're feeling relatively safe, and already this SI7 agent, I think, has to go into the Shredder to stop the clean trade onto the 5-foot.
So are you living in a rogue's nightmare? Preparation being your only card in hand. I am prepared.
Definitely, and that is probably going to be a Thorison turn now, which means he can actually next turn play the combo and hero power to proc the 2/4 if it still lives.
Are you ever threatened about this board? Like, would you really be afraid of something here? So
From Hoej's point of view?
yeah, so like to kill Pillager and play it super safe, to never risk it, because
Oh, I don't know. I think you're feeling very safe. The rogue's on one. What can that one card or combination of two cards possibly be that puts you in that much trouble?
I think like
it just
because he's playing super safe. I like the 4/6 here. We were thinking about Thorison, we were thinking about maybe some other combination, like Thorison and Pilot Shredder, but that Druid of the Claw was stopping the Pillager there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, either way is fine. You either take the option of, I'll take the value from Thorison now, or I'm just going to play super safe and just, for every single turn, the rogue is less and less likely to deal with the ever-growing board. I would be surprised if we don't see Thorison now, Thorison Shredder, because then you just start to think, what does the rogue actually do? There's like almost nothing that cleans all of this board up well and keeps the rogue in the game.
Well, you can always also just force of nature and go face with the shapeshift and the Watchman. Just to deal enough damage to have a combo finish next turn.
Yeah, that's very true. You just poke for a bit more, but this is like guaranteed combo next turn, along with a hero power. And RDU isn't going to prioritize that 2/4 as a kill target when there's Thorison and the Drake. So the odds on something sticking this turn is so high.
That's not
and he's hoping for Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Nope.
I wasn't one, so Hoej is taking game number 1, locking his Druid away. And RDU not getting a win with his rogue. So what is left? So Hoej has a Shaman, that was an aggro Shaman, and a Paladin deck, which is a secret Paladin, where RDU has his own Druid and a Patron Warrior.
Yeah, I think Hoej's definitely going to want to hit this the Shaman into the Rogue again, but because RDU's got like the greater expansive choices, I guess the odds on that Shaman lining up, at least in this specific matchup, are pretty low.
Okay, so Secret Paladin versus Patron Warrior, and I believe that will be a good matchup for the Patron. And we've discussed it before, Paladin can win if the curve is really good, and if they can just checkmate the Warrior before things happen. We've seen it between Ekop and, was it Ekop and Hoej? Ekop and Hoej, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Where Ekop just didn't get the cards he needed.
Yeah, and he just didn't. The patrons came too little, too late. I think. So, this is an interesting hand. You got the good turn 2/3 play, and then good old Tyrion for 7 turns time.
It might get useful at some point. Avenge is not something you really want to see, but it can also be useful.
Yeah, I mean, something that's reasonable next turn is he doesn't have to commit too hard into the muster. Like, actually, Hero Power Revenge seems, okay. Because then you're not too heavily blown out by the AoE. But this is definitely rough to see the girl kind of automatically locks out the juggler one way or the other.
Yeah, it just you have to run the juggler into it.
Is juggler Avenge pass worth?
Probably not because of Acolyte of Pain.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking, like, if the juggler then gets avenged, then you have a decent follow up with a muster into competitive spirit. It's always rough because you sort of tiptoeing around the whirlwind effects from the warrior, because whirlwind can ruin the muster so hard. But this is pretty good as well. He actually just clears off that effect and puts the juggler on board for the potential next turn, because it's almost guaranteed that either you didn't have a weapon to play that early, because he just would have played the weapon over the ghoul to kill off the juggler.
Yeah, also with the secret you hope that maybe you are bluffing Noble Sacrifice and the weapon might not go into juggler, but RDU is happy to see personal Noble Sacrifice, and Red Corsair is a pretty good start here.
Yeah, the rough play there with the bluff potential's always there, but there's never a point that RDU doesn't try and kill that juggler as well. So I think getting the Avenge down when you've got a follow-up of Muster is pretty nice, because unless there is a straight-up AoE, then the odds on you getting at least some value there is pretty high.
So a terrible situation for Hoej where you can't play anything, or can you? So if you go,
Let me think.
if you go
He
for
can-
Buster, you force the attack, right? And you know that the next turn is not turn 5, so you will not see a Green Patron. But still, you are losing your board. If you go for a 1/1, you're just losing it anyway.
Well, if you go muster Noble Sacrifice, you do get the Avenge off, right? Because the weapon kills the Noble Sacrifice first.
Yeah.
But then obviously the 3/3 then dies. Well, the 3/3 kills the Avenge target. So it's just a board wipe in general.
Right. But with this situation, even with like you force the Despot attack in a way, because like can you really leave this board with 2 secrets on?
Yeah, I think the AoE feels too good. But then again, like, can you afford to leave it on knowing you have Patron? Actually, probably not, because he doesn't have the inner rage for Patron, so he'd only summon 2 anyway. So
Yeah.
I think this is right. Yeah, the attack's actually pretty good from RDU. And that Berserker is a rough card, because unless there's a Keeper of Alderman in hand, then, you know, it's really hard for the Paladin to actually kill this Frothing Berserker.
There is a Noble Sacrifice, so it should stop the Berserker for 1 turn at least. And then there's going to be a Belcher, so Berserker will be protected. Interesting.
Yeah, there's even the option of potentially just playing the Belcher afterwards and just not attacking and just you know, letting the Frothing Berserker just generate more and more damage.
Alright, so Hoej going for the Noble Sacrifice and 3 dudes. He still has Competitive Spirit and Avenge, so not an easy way to clear the dudes which are going to grow.
Oh,
There is a weapon.
is this worth just to put that much pressure on?
To go face with like...
Yeah, just weapon face, prot the Noble Sacrifice, and just smoke with the Frothing Berserker. Assert dominance with a big hit. I
think
guess
you can
Belcher is the safer play.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because you still have a good chance to do it next turn. This board
Yeah,
does
that's
not
very
contest
true.
Belcher. Well, it kind of
Yeah,
does after Competitive
it
Spirit.
kills Belcher, but that's it, right?
Yeah.
It requires everything that's currently on board to kill the Belcher, and that's with Comp Spirit as well. I do like the pass here. I don't think it's worth proccing secrets on the turn. You can't really bank it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think passing is correct. Sometimes Secret Paladin plays 1 Consecration. Depends on the build. Most of them they don't play any. But if Consecration is the thing, then you're just giving away your minion here.
The good point about passing is you don't want to proc all these secrets the turn that Mysterious Challenger might be played.
Yeah,
Because then it just
exactly.
gets even more value and pulls the other secrets straight out of the deck.
But there is now Belcher for Hoej. Is it like Belcher pass? Or can you... Oh man.
I think if you Belcher, the 2/2/2s into the Belcher, your weapon into the Belcher, kill the 1/2 with your with your other 2/2,
Yeah.
then that sets up 2 minions to still benefit from the like potential avenge on the smaller minion, and it still locks out this Frothing Berserker in an awkward manner. Because now even a weapon doesn't deal with this. He needs Execute to have a chance of killing the of attacking. Sorry, with the Frothing Berserker and hitting face. So Hoy's feeling pretty safe, as RDU would need a lot to actually finish this game with a 15 damage Berserker to face.
And RDU just having minions, just sitting on this big Berserker and can't do anything. So if he goes for the weapon, is it even worth to... Yeah, like if you go for a weapon, you can actually get through Noble Sacrifice and Hope Avenge lands on Belcher. Then you slam your Frothing into the buffed Belcher, and you have still 4 mana to play another Frothing. So I guess like you play Frothing first, then weapon.
Yeah, this feels so rough, because imagine if RDU had Whirlwind Execute.
Yeah.
Like, the game just ends. Like the game is just over. But like as we said, he's got a little bit heavy on the minions when he really wants those spells, or even like a Battle Rage to try and draw into that combo or something. It's kind of rough. He's gonna just play another Berserker and try and you know, build up that guy and hope he can do it the following turn. But Tyrion's definitely a card that can lock out a warrior pretty hard on from turn 8 onwards.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, we have Grommash, who is a great card to finish the game. If anyhow, Dardiu is at 25. If he finds a way to deal with Tyrion.
The Avenge going on the worst target for RDU as well.
Mystery's Challenger! Just on time, where all the secrets procced. It was waiting for this specific moment.
Yeah, the clear on the Berserk, the Avenge going on that target was pretty huge. Because Hoej still keeps the taunt up, right? So,
So he has a minion.
and yeah, 2 minions, including the Challenger, when the secret's on board is so big. And then the follow-up with Tyrion, I'll use in a rough point.
There's even more important thing. Mystery's Challenger is a great turn for Hoej, but RDU has a really bad turn next to it. He only has a Patron and an Armor Smith.
Yeah, this is how rough the matchup can be when you don't get patrons on the board quick enough. Patrons like pretty much close out the game versus Paladin if you can get them down, but this is just feeling too late. And now there's Battle Rage when he's got no minions left and literally has to just Battle Rage 2 mana, draw 1 card and hope for the best. I don't even know what you could draw.
Well, there is a Whirlwind, so that's something.
Yeah, but he's like typical 5 mana when he could have Patron Whirlwind if he had like 6 mana. So definitely a little bit rough. And now Tyrion's going to look even worse.
Yeah, Tyrion is almost locking this game. The fact that that Hoej at the moment has so much damage, he can even deal with Armor Smith quickly to get rid of a chance to actually pop the shield easy. And well, Armor Smith is never good if you're racing, so. You can also go for face. It doesn't matter that much at this point because he might want to kill RDU as fast as possible, but I definitely see value in killing Armor Smith as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing with ignoring the Armor Smith is it makes the 6/6 that they're not Tyrion, the Challenger, awkward. Like, it's not going to just die to an easy execute, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it requires like something to hit it because you've got the sludge up. I think it's reasonable to actually push for damage. Oh, and Hoej disagrees and actually does kill off the Armor Smith. But as you said, you know, it's fine because what he's doing is he's negating the potential of the warrior gaining a lot of armor on the following turns.
Yeah, and also a shield pop as well. If you want to do something like attack with the weapon into Noble Sacrifice, then attack with the Armor Smith into Tyrion, then Whirlwind execute, that would be an option for you, but not anymore. And for RDU, it's not that next turn, but if he just goes for the patrons. That's 2 patrons only. The loot horror. That feels bad.
Imagine if there was a repentance. It'll be so bad. I've done that before to Patron Warriors, and it's fantastic.
Friggin' repentance. Nobody plays it. Or nobody rather plays around it, right? Like, you're forced to do it anyway.
Yeah, it's there's very few circumstances where you can kind of afford to play around that card as Patron. But this is an interesting one. Do you value just killing off the 2 patrons with True Silver and then keeping Tyrion intact?
I think you want to kill minions because then you're just locking Warrior away. There is no way Warrior will come back from this. But on the other hand, if you go face for how much? 17. You might get the Ashbringer, but I'm fine with killing this board and just saying to Warrior, hey, you maybe had that 1 Battle Rage, you're not getting another one.
Yeah, and actually I take it all back. This is pretty nice from Hoej, using the Tyrion because it means that both minions aren't susceptible to Whirlwind, whereas if you use the Challenger, Whirlwind suddenly removes 6 damage off the board, and whilst not attacking to face, that's actually a lot of pressure.
Yep.
And there's still all the secrets up for me. This is truly an uphill climb for RDU.
It's tough, especially because if he loses this game, and I feel this is already a lost cause, he will have to win 3 times versus Hoej's Shaman, being a fast deck. It's certainly possible, but it will be tough. And if he doesn't win versus Hoej's Shaman 3 times, he will be eliminated from Hearthstone Champions League.
Yeah, and the problem is one of those decks he has to beat the Shaman with is the Rogue, which definitely struggles in that matchup, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really bad matchup for the Rogue versus Face Shaman. Okay.
So the Rage goes onto the Patron, but that's probably... Is that just game now?
Oh, look, there is this Consecration. It's a one-off. So 12
We were talking about this last night, weren't we? The one-off Consecration.
Yeah, that...
It wins games, like I said.
And it's exactly lethal with that Consecration.
Well, there we go. So pretty rough for RDU, to be honest. That match, that is pretty much what happens when you don't get the earlier patrons down on the board, and Secret Paladin draws relatively well. So I think getting that Mysterious Challenger on for turn 7 was pretty big. Hoej could have very easily whiffed with like a Secret Keeper on turn 7, which suddenly just puts no pressure on the board. But, you know, he did what Secret Paladin does, so pretty good game for Hoej there.
What do you pick now as RDU? Like, what deck do you take versus Shaman? All right, he took Warrior, so probably you just want to continue with a good matchup. Isn't even a good matchup though. You can armor up, you can stop the early aggression with Whirlwinds, Unstable Ghoul. You have Armor Smith, so it should be okay.
Yeah, and what's RDU's third deck again?
RDU's third
Rogue,
deck,
Warrior, and
Rogue and Druid.
Druid, yeah. I mean, Warrior's probably his best matchup. Druid's okay, because if you can just say you get, you know, either the Aspirant or a Wrath or something to just slow the Shaman down, then when you start dropping things like Lothar, Double Druid, or the Claw, then you can really secure and then just kill the Shaman. But I think Warrior is definitely a good one, and he's got Fiery War Axe now, so that's going to feel at least a little bit good for RDU.
Yeah, without the Fiery War Axe, it would be quite interesting. Because Hoej again got a very good start with the 1-drops, but Fireworks is going to deal with that, and a follow-up of Frothing Berserker, you know, it's always good to have the minion that can actually trade into whatever Shaman plays, and Frothing is one of those minions that can actually help you to contain the early game.
Yeah, but we do see Hoej has Doomhammer, which is a huge card. It's a fantastic card overall in most matchups with the Shaman deck, but against Warrior especially, you put on so much pressure, and no one's really running weapon removal anymore. There was a point where almost everyone was including Harrison in almost every deck to just deal with these weapon classes, but the Shaman doesn't really suffer too much from this with the Doomhammer at the moment, and can put on so much pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think is that? The weapon classes, probably the weapon removal was there because Patron was so popular, and now Patron, even though we see it from time to time, it's not like it's the most the class to beat, right? Like I feel the class to beat is Paladin and Druid, where if you remove a weapon, like Lies Justice, it doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the problem. Patron Warrior is definitely a deck that's still used often by people who like the deck, whereas Paladin, for example, is just one of a strong deck almost everyone just picks up and plays. And the issue with Paladin is the weapons really aren't the problem. The curved minions and the Mysterious Challenger are the problems, and unfortunately dropping Harrison on 5, then your opponent plays Challenger on 6. Fine. You get pretty rough tempo loss even though you do draw a card potentially.
An interesting turn for Hoej, because instead of throwing away one of the 1-drops, he can actually coin the Horse Rider and go for face to force an attack with the weapon and removal, but decides to go for the 1-drops anyway.
Yeah, this is pretty okay now. Just is kind of good that he got into the Tunnel Trog, and he actually saved the coin there because at that moment he didn't have a good turn 2 play, so he's just going to play the Lepinome afterwards. And this is an interesting one. Hoej can actually clear off this Berserker, and it's a really weird card, Frothing Berserker. Sometimes you combo it to try and do loads of damage, but sometimes it's actually a big enough threat to just drop and say, look, you can ignore this and keep going face, but I might wipe your board next turn and then hit you for 10. So it's pretty reasonable for Hoej there to clear this up.
Absolutely, and RDU is missing turn 4. He actually doesn't have turn 5 as well. He got that Grommash and Dr. Boom, which are super late if you think about what Shaman can do and how much damage can Shaman pack early game.
Especially when it looks like Hoej has the potential to coin into Doomhammer next turn, which is always scary. He does use the Inner Rage instead of the Slam, because I think RDU's at the point where Slam can probably kill off a slightly bigger minion, but also he might actually need it to draw because he does have Execute to Slam Execute, say this Golem for example.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice. Now for Hoej, if he coins the Doomhammer, he will be overloaded for free, I believe. So on turn 5, he'll have a possibility to just unlock the mana with the Lava Shock and then play something like a Totem Golem. If he goes for the Totem Golem this turn and the Totem, is that better?
I don't know. I think I like getting the Doomhammer online, early as possible. The Totem Golem and the Totem's okay, And I guess what it means is he can still Doomhammer and then Lava Shot, Lava Burst the turn after.
Yeah.
As in, like, Doomhammer next turn, then Lava Shot, Lava Burst the turn after. So, you know, either plays fine. I think I would have favoured the Doomhammer, but I'm pretty confident Hoy's a better player than me, so I trust his judgment.
I think he just wanted to get as much damage from the minions before the weapons get there. So he tried to use that, but it didn't work because there was the execute, obviously. So now going for the Doomhammer, he's not afraid of being locked to the crystals.
Yep, this is pretty nice. He can defend that 0-2 totem there, the healing totem, and he's actually got a reasonable follow-up. He can even just get the Horse Rider on the board next turn now, which is, like you said, you know, banking that minion damage is pretty good because, you know, you want that repetitive damage, and the Divine Shield really helps with that against most classes.
The problem is, though, he is running out of cards, and Warrior is still at 26, and still has the Warrior's hero power, where on turn 7 we're going to see Dr. Boom, and on turn 8 I would not hate just seeing Ramash attacking something, because Shaman normally doesn't have ways to deal with those big cards. Elemental Distraction is something that people play in their Shaman decks, but it's not like you want to get to those turns, you want to win before that happens.
Yeah, I completely agree, and looking at this turn for RDU, like you said, he's looking okay, but the second Hoej draws Ancestral Knowledge, for example, it suddenly becomes very scary again. But Acolyte Hero Power seems fine, because there's no... if Earthshock comes out on Acolyte, you know, fine, I guess. Because I think Patron's too susceptible to just, like, Lightning Bolt. Done. You know, forget about it. You know, that would be my worry. Whereas if Lightning Bolt comes out on the Acolyte, at least you draw a card, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think RDU is in great shape. At 28, and you know you're playing Boom next turn. Acolyte is just there, not dying for now. So Hoej, on the other hand, is in a bad position because you do want to kill the Acolyte. Well, you don't want Acolyte to draw many cards. You know you're behind.
Is this the point where you have to just go face and just say, look, I've got Doomhammer, I have spells, you know, I've got the Horse Rider. There's potential that you even maybe Lava Shock Horse Rider. Just go face, let the Acolyte do what it wants, and then just hope that you just continue to draw it. Because if there's something Shaman can do, it's draw into burn, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You might just be the point where Hoej decides to say, the way I win this game is by just going for it. If I put damage into a 1/3 minion, regardless of the opportunity it may have to draw more cards, then it's, you know, gives the opponent another turn to hit armor up, maybe draw Armor Smith Whirlwind. You know, there's a lot of scary options for Hoej.
I definitely agree, and there was an interesting decision to totem up, because if that would be a 1/1, then he ends up with Acolyte having a chance to draw a card.
It's okay, Hoej knew it would be the perfect totem to deal with Acolyte, so it's all fine.
It did work. It did work out.
Yeah, Boom seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, there is no reason to play anything else. He was thinking about the Unstable Golden Patron. But
yeah, these totems are pretty trolley though, because this healing totem just buffs this 0/1 back up against this Acolyte's hit just means nothing anymore.
Yeah.
And now 2 Lava Shocks, Lava Burst. I mean, he's slowly starting to stack up this damage, and I think we might even see a totem here to see if we can get spell power. He's got 50-50 chance, right?
Yeah, he does, and it makes sense. I think Hoej, what he really wants to draw is a Rock Biter, so that we see he has Sunburst, but he needs a bit more. So, as you mentioned before, Ancestral Knowledge would be great, because he also can follow up with Lava Shock and get rid of the Overload. But if he gets a single Rock Biter at any point in the next 2 turns, he will be able to generate 10 damage with the weapon. So yeah,
he definitely needs that to push through, and you know, like you mentioned, he's sort of running out of time with this Doomhammer. He's only got 2 more turns to use it.
And there is no Armor Smith for RDU, so RDU only has the hero power for now.
Yeah, this is definitely scary, and this is what I mean about Shaman. Like, suddenly RDU's on 13, which is not a safe amount of health. Not even close.
Yeah, actually,
especially when there's still 4 from from the Doomhammer available.
There's 13 damage available for Hoej, but there's a taunt and a hero power, so RDU is not dead yet.
Yeah, well, there's 15 with the minion, right? If the minion doesn't die.
Yeah, and without
the minion's
the totem.
probably gonna die. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. The totem and the minion has to die.
Yeah, exactly. Because
And the thing is that this is the issue. Okay, the totem dies, the minion dies, right? Then Hoej could easily just draw another lava burst
or just
ancestral knowledge, or
get the
something
totem.
crazy.
So what happens?
Yeah, that's true.
What happens if he gets the totem? If he gets the spell damage totem he has, will he be able to cast everything? Yeah, he'll have 8 mana, so not enough mana to cast everything. But he might get one more turn, so one more draw to actually win the game.
Yeah, because let's be honest, Hoej isn't close to death yet. He's still got, there's enough time, I think, for one more turn.
Does he though? Oh yeah, he does, because there is the Dr. Boom. So if you get a spell damage totem, you can lava burst face for 6, and then lava shock the ghoul, and lava shock for 3. That's 9 damage.
They can play the Feral Spirit.
I was just trying to see if there is lethal into turns, but not really. So he will have to play the Feral Spirit.
Oh, but that one extra damage from the totem might be important. Oh wait, there's a cooldown. Never mind. Yeah, I think the Feral Spirit's fine. I think, again, Hoej can probably wait just one more turn. Play the Feral Spirits, because then, with Ferals down on 27 health, you might even have bought yourself 2 more turns, which feels like a long time. I think the only thing Hoej's thinking about now is, does he proc the ghoul whilst there's no Armorsmith on the board or patrons?
There is no good way to deal with the ghoul though. You need to keep Doomhammer with 2 charges for a Rockbiter top deck, and you can't really lava burst the ghoul.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because you just feel like if Armorsmith comes down now, then he's in a lot of trouble. Looks like he is passing though. He doesn't think it's worth it, which is just as reasonable. Double Whirlwind. God, imagine if there wasn't Armorsmith. One more draw.
Still no Armorsmith for RDU, so he can go up to 17. Oh man, if there is a Rockbiter top deck and actually, and a totem, and spell damage totem, because with the spell damage totem, that's 9 plus 3, 12 damage from hand. So 12, 16 damage. Earth Shock will not be enough, but there are minions on the board, so if the minions survive, if any minion survives, I doubt any minions will survive actually.
This is definitely a rough one. The issue now for Hoej is Ancestral Knowledge doesn't really dig him out because he doesn't have the mana to do it all anyway. So this might actually swing over to RDU. Let's have a look. Abusive definitely isn't the card he wants to see. And with Grom Whirlwind and in a Raging Hand, along with just, the casual boom. I mean, he has lethal on board, RDU, so regardless of his hand, it's pretty ruthless. So we might see...
Right? Is there anything you can do? So you can maybe go for the kills. You cannot win with this hand at the moment. So you might try to go for removal with the cards you have, and then hope for the Rockbiter, but it still might not be enough. I mean, spell damage totem, and then kill the 3/2 patron, and then kill Dr. Boom with Lava Burst.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that can actually stall enough to actually win. It's really rough, this, actually, for Hoej. Kind of really difficult to go through. I mean, he's probably going through his mind now all the potential outcomes of how he wins this game, but not clearing something definitely is a way to lose. And the scary part is
your opponent has nothing. No Grom.
You still have to clear though, right? Because there's lethal on board.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's not. What am I talking about? There's not quite lethal. This is okay, gives him more patrons, but there is a 0-1 to work through. Juicy RDU has the Whirlwind with the Grom. That's lethal, that's a pretty good game, yeah.
Alright, so
okay.
RDU takes first game. RDU takes first game in this match, and he stays alive, but Hoej has 2 more chances. He just needs to win versus Rogue, which is a good matchup for him, and win versus Druid, which is... what do you think? Is it a 50-50?
Versus Druid, I think... I think it's slightly favoured for Shaman, but if people disagreed with me or went 50-50, then I'd understand. I think it's really close. But I think the Rogue's going to be the rough one. So considering that Hoej just played his worst matchup with the Shaman versus Patron Warrior, and that was that close. You know, it shows how powerful this deck can be when it's when it's actually working in on form.
Absolutely. Oh man, and this is an elimination match, so RDU, if he loses at least once, he is out of the tournament, and Hoej will advance to play versus Ekop.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty big for these guys, and just yet again, just to stress like the quality of every single group in this tournament. Any two of the four in each group could go through, and it wouldn't be a surprise, to be honest. It's more upsetting that we can't put all the players through, because you just want to see all these guys play each other all the time.
That's right. And Raven, can you remind me, who do we have overall, because this is Group B, Day 2?
Okay, so in Group A, we saw Stan Sifka and Sixo go through, and Kalento and Dog unfortunately not go through to the next round. Group C is Show, Life Coach, Driveco, and Orange, and that'll be on Thursday. And Group D on Friday will be Osaka, Hannibal Z2, Tides of Time, and Ties. So another two fantastic groups coming up in the future.
Yep. So hopefully you guys will tune in on those days as well. But now we are starting Hoej versus RDU, game number 4. If Hoej takes it, he will eliminate RDU from the tournament.
Yeah, and this looks like Hoy's pretty good at drawing Tunnel Trog, I've decided. But also RDU's got a pretty reasonable answer of Coin Wrath. This is really wonky, actually. If he coins Wrath, his turn 2 is Hero Power at the moment. And if he doesn't coin Wrath, he sort of rolls the dice on what RDU's got in his hand, and he probably wants to coin into Shade next turn to put a body on board that can potentially challenge the Trog and live. But Ancestral Knowledge, pretty good pickup from Hoej.
Yeah, it's really nice, even though he's mostly just Forsaking turn free, where he hoped that he will get a 1-drop. He got those cards that are really important at the very beginning, and also using the Trog to deal some early damage.
Yeah, so now Hoej had to sort of commit into that pressure, because I think it's really tough actually. You sort of presume the opponent doesn't have the Wrath, but RDU made a really good call there, saving the coin and saying, I can take, how much extra overload can you actually do on turn 2, So I'm going to take the damage, Wrath it down, and hold on to the coin for a much bigger play later in the game. So really nice play from RDU there.
Yeah, and suddenly, even though Hoej has a lot of cards, RDU is in a good position where Shade can react to Feral Spirit and kill one. He still has Pilot to Shredder for the next turn. He has Keeper to deal with something small, and then Swipe if Hoej goes for a board extension. And on the other hand, Hoej has a bit of an awkward situation where if you go for Feral Spirit, Abusive just feels bad, and then if you go for a Totem Golem and just a Totem, well, the good part is that Totem Golem does not die to Shade, but then your Totem might not do much. But that's probably the play. He can also go for just Argent Horse Rider and Abusive 4 to face, if that's not something you want to do it early.
Yeah, what's the totem going to be? 1-1, not too terrible. It's probably going to get locked down pretty hard by a Swipe from RDU this turn. So already RDU with the Druid seems to be the Wrath and the Swipe, he's had really good, removal early game and really slowed Hoej down. He's actually got the health advantage until, this charge is going to come down. And the nice charge and Abusive there to actually clear off the Shade, it looks like.
Yeah, especially after Swipe. Now you force RDU to make a move to play something. So he can go for Keeper and coin Hero Power. He can also go for Shredder and coin Hero Power.
Yep, and they keep the Grove clearing up pretty good. This is kind of tough. Is he going to go Feral Spirit into... Horse Rider, okay. He could have Lava Burst the 2-4, but with the 2 taunts down that the Keeper of the Grove doesn't really trade very well with. I kind of like this, and suddenly when you're facing down 2 Lava Bursts, a Lava Shock, and a Doomhammer, it feels it's pretty scary for the Druid.
Yeah, I think this actually gave an opening to Hoej to be able to deal damage with the minions. He has a board that's tough to deal with, and if RDU goes for coin Dr. Boom, that will be super passive, so he might consider Force of Nature to clear. How scared is he? Because this is exactly what Shaman wants. Shaman wants some minions that will be able to deal the damage, and you can assume his hand is full of Burst. And as we can see, it is full of Burst. That's 12 damage he's holding, and a Doomhammer.
Yeah, and I think RDU needs to think about the fact that he hasn't seen many spells, like any burn spells, really, this game. So, and the Shaman runs a lot of them. So, you know, you've really got to think about, like, what is the potential? And we've all had games where Shamans just absolutely stomped you from nowhere. Do you like Doomhammer now? And then next turn you Lava Shock, Lava Burst, Lava Burst?
How much damage is there at the moment? So you can deal 8 to face, putting Druid on 15. And 11. I don't hate it. I think it's actually a pretty good play. Just go face with everything. Play Doomhammer, go face, and then you can actually follow up with that.
Yeah. I think this is actually slightly better in case he draws another... Is that his first Lava Shock? I think it is, right? So, like,
yeah.
this is slightly better because it means he can Lava Shock next turn if he gets it and still carry on with the double Lava Burst. So this is pretty nice from Hoej. So much pressure, and it'll be very impressive if RDU can handle double Lava Burst next turn. He pretty much just needs heal.
And he doesn't have it. He has the hero power.
That's going to be game, right?
Yeah, and match. And RDU gets eliminated. So let's see what is his last turn. Like, is there anything he can do? Maybe, he has Azure Drake, but even if he goes into Lothab with Innervate, he will not be able to cast it. He'll be off mana. What other card can give him the spell lock or health?
Can he play Shredder and somehow kill it and get the totem that heals?
Vitality's
Like
totem?
that's literally the only thing I can think of, at least, unless there's some strange card in the deck we're not aware of. But this is rough. I mean, this is just what Shaman does, though, isn't it? It's like compress so hard and then out of nowhere. Like, even like, you know, this could be Lava Burst, Crackle, Double Crackle. There's so many potential answers with what would be 4 cards from Hoej's draw. And he still has 4 damage from the Doomhammer, so there you go.
Yeah,
so
that's
much
just
damage.
too much damage even with the Crackle.
Yeah.
Alright, so Hoej is taking the match, eliminates RDU, and now we will have one more match for you guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll have Ekop versus Hoej, but Raven, a summary for this match? What happened here?
Yeah, I mean, overall, Hoej just got some pretty good power plays across the whole set, but in this match specifically, the Shaman just had too much of a head start, and I think the turn with the Feral Spirits, building up the board as well as holding that burst, and not having to use any burn on minions from the Druid, just opened him up for so much damage, and there's nothing that RDU could really do about that.
Alright, that's a good summary. So guys, stay tuned for the next match, which is Ekop versus Hoej. The winner will go through to the top 8 and the playoffs. The loser is going to get eliminated. Both players have fast decks, so see you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome to Hearthstone Champions League. My name is Nimsh and I'm here with Raven, casting these games for you. We are having the last game of the day. That's Ekop versus Hoej in Group B, and one of them is going through to join Pavel in the top 8, and one of them is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, so both these guys have had some rough games early on. We saw Ekop play some pretty long, drawn-out games versus Pavel in the winners match, and then Hoej having a bit of a nail-biter series with RDU overall, but overall coming out on top, finishing with that Shaman deck. But this is going to be Ekop's Patron Warrior versus Hoej's Secret Paladin, so another good matchup. We've discussed Patron Warrior versus Paladin a little bit this evening.
We did discuss it when they actually met in the first round. So they are playing against each other again. They started in the first round with that exact matchup, but they went through the group, and here they are again. Hoej has a chance, even though he lost versus Ekop, he has a chance to take this one.
Yeah, and these guys are going to know the pretty much the ins and outs of each other's deck. Now they both had opportunities to play against each other and watch the other matches as well. So this will be really interesting how they line up. I mean, Ekop starting with his warrior again. Obviously, on paper, I think has the favoured matchup slightly, but you know we've seen Hoej do some pretty good plays with his Secret Paladin so far.
Yeah, absolutely, but he is missing turn 3 now. On the other hand, Ekop is not having a lot of follow-up. He got that Fireworks, which is good for him. Unstable Ghoul can deal with possible Master or other small minions, but having Dr. Boom and Gramash on turn 2 and 3 is not great. Where Hoej, even though he's missing turn 3, he will have Shredder into Belcher and a chance to pick up Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah, I think Hoej's just sat now weighing up whether he wants to play this Noble Sacrifice or not. I think it's okay to play it. It sort of burns the weapon, or the Armor Smith, one or the other. So either way, I think it's pretty reasonable.
It protects the dude.
Yeah, you got to keep that 1/1 alive, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the reason here is when else is he going to play this Noble Sacrifice? He has his turn 4 play locked in. He has his turn 5 play ready. So like otherwise, this secret's just sitting in his hand, where it was very easy to just slide in on that turn 3 and just drop it there and soak up this Fiery War X hit.
Yeah, I agree. And then from Ekop, just Unstable Ghoul to do something on board. But then a simple Shredder will be good enough for now at least.
Yeah, I mean the Ghoul soaks up the token, but Shredder doesn't get too affected, and it's well, I guess maybe Ekop would normally want to just lock in the Death Spite next turn, but he does have the option of slam and run the Ghoul in, and then potentially slam the answer for the thing that got dropped from Shredder as well.
Yeah, that's true. But Fireworks pretty nice. He doesn't have the patrons yet. Fireworks is always good. And this minion is interesting. With the hero powers from Paladin, you will be able to attack with it. And Paladin does hero power a lot. Oh man, there is the...
Hoej doesn't need to hero power when he has Belcher into Challenger, and then he probably draws Boom into Tyrion. So this minion's probably not going to be doing too much for a while. This is Secret Paladin, remember, Nimsh?
I do remember. The deck is pretty powerful. And even though Patron on paper is favored with all the whirlwinds and patrons removal, you have Execute for Mysterious Challenger, you have a possible Big Game Hunter, and a board that's really hard to deal with. In reality, Raven, if you get a curve, it's like almost any deck will just lose.
Yeah, I mean, so what you've got to look at it here is imagine if so Hoej, say he plays Belcher, right? And this is what Hoej sat thinking about now. If he plays Belcher and then Ekop has Patron, this game's just over. Because like Mysterious Challenger will do little to nothing next turn, because already you have at least 2 to 4 patrons depending on the way the Ghoul decides to work. In terms of how it's propped, but he already has a lot of patrons, and the game I'm pretty sure just ends. So what Hoej's doing now is playing around the patron. Did he slightly misplay it there by? Oh no, he had hero power to kill the.
No,
the
he's
Ghoul.
good. He's good.
Yeah.
The thing is that
what am I doing thinking Hoej's gonna misplay? Silly on my end.
well, everybody misplays at some point, but I think just throwing their Belcher would just die to the Death Spite. So you might want to hold on to Belcher. There was also an option to consecrate, but to consecrate the Ghoul, but I don't think that was good.
Yeah, and sometimes you can actually pull off a reasonable kill on some patrons with consecrate, because normally there's like 2-3 health patrons, a 2 health patron and a 1 health. So if you can like say even just kill off one of the 3 healths and then conk, you're only left with more manageable boards sometimes. But not dropping the Belcher into the Death Spite is definitely a nice play there from Hoej. And Ekop's sort of got a really awkward turn, maybe without knowing Hoej's played around this double slam.
Yeah, because he can't even draw. Oh man, second Mysterious Challenger.
And we've seen 1 Noble Sacrifice, right?
Yeah, so this means that it will bring some secrets, but the fact that it's a 6/6 instead of a Knife Juggler in this point is actually pretty important.
Yeah, and the board doesn't even get cleared very well with this weapon anymore. It might actually eat some other cards from Ekop actually. Interesting what those secrets are actually, because is Hoej not running Comp Spirit?
We've seen Avenge, Noble Sacrifice, and Competitive Spirit. So it's possible that he maybe is running one Noble Sacrifice. Yeah,
or potentially have we seen a redemption actually in Hoej's deck?
No redemptions. So it might. Be,
okay.
Yeah, it's probably you're right. Second Noble Sacrifice and no redemptions in the deck.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that's reasonable. I think one of the benefits of dropping Redemption is a lot of the time Redemption is going on a 2-1, right? Because of the Noble Sacrifice interaction.
Yeah.
So maybe Hoy's thinking that's just not worth it, and he can, you know, like drop in one more card instead of that Redemption.
Actually, like, not playing Redemption, not playing Repentance, he might have more beefy minions inside. So something like Keepers, maybe double Belcher. What else can you play? Like
It's the thingy now. It's no Noble Sacrifice, right? Yep, it's one Noble Sacrifice he plays then, by the looks of things, because the attack went through.
well, that's unfortunate for Ekop.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, Ekop's very unhappy. That's pretty grim. And we say Hoej doesn't really do much in the facial expression area when playing, but he maybe couldn't quite help just cracking a smile then, because that suddenly is a very, very scary board.
Wait, what happened there exactly? Why did was Ekop unhappy
So-
that there was a redemption?
I think because Ekop attacked in, potentially expecting a second Noble Sacrifice, I think. He expected the redemption on the 2-1,
Okay.
but the Noble Sacrifice wasn't there, and because he attacked in and killed the Mysterious Challenger first, then the Mysterious Challenger came back as a 6-1.
Okay. Well, so this means this is actually over.
Yeah, I'll be amazed and question Ekop to how he breaks the game if he can pull this one back now. Because I think there almost isn't a card in the game on 7 mana that can win him this. Well, like, if you just double execute, maybe?
Possibly, but I'm still thinking how cool is this that there was no second Noble Sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing with the secret choices, isn't it? Everyone's getting very conditioned to place a certain, you know, X secrets index, like one redemption, 2 Noble Sac, 2 Avenge, 1 Comp Spirit, and then potentially Repentance. You know, it's almost like everyone's just like, okay, so this is how many are there, this is how many have been used, this is how you play. And then when it doesn't happen, it can really throw people off. It's like when we saw a while back Life Coach using a like Sacred Trial, testing that, because people just don't play around that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it seems that Hoej is taking game number 1 again, winning with Paladin versus Patron, stealing that important match from Ekop. But overall, we thought that Ekop is in a good position with regards to matchups, right? So Ekop brought Dispatching Warrior, he brought Tempo Mage, and a Zoo, where Hoej brought Paladin, Druid, and Shaman.
Yeah, I think one of the I think Ekop's lineup does pretty well overall. The only like weird thing is that it does pretty well versus Paladin, and then he just won with Paladin. So
Exactly.
the Paladin now just isn't even a consideration. So now Ekop has to win. I mean, he does have Zoo and Tempo Mage for Druid, you know, hard, and then like he still has his Patron, of course, which does pretty well versus the Shaman. So I think he's just got to hopefully get the lineups he wants to like pull this game back. And it is going to be Ekop's Zoo versus Hoej's Druid. So again, Ekop would have struggled to get a bad matchup here, because I think overall, as we said, the lineup here is pretty strong.
Yeah, especially if you think about it. So Druid can be countered by Zoo, by Mage, and by Patron. So all 3 decks have a good matchup versus Druid. We've seen Ekop actually losing versus Pavel with his Zoo to Druid, but overall he is positioning himself really well. So we'll see. Like, again, good matchup for Ekop. Let's see if he can take this one.
Yeah, and Ekop actually getting that 1-drop for his Zoo, which is pretty nice. You know, turn 1, turn 2, especially when you turn 2 is Peddler. The thing that Peddler does on turn 2 is like a secondary effect to a certain extent, is it guarantees you turn 3, because at worst you can always tap and play whatever your 1-mana card is. So it just helps fill out that curve, like almost like a sort of backup guarantee that you can continue on.
And it's also important because of cards like Gormok and like Argus as well. You can buff your minions, so you want to have minions on board as well as at any time. And picking that Nerubian Egg was also good for him because he filled the curve. But then Hoej has a Keeper of the Grove to deal with the Imp.
Yeah, it's one of the really good cards versus Zoo, especially when you can coin into it a little bit early and just remove the Imp there, and it actually does pretty well versus the rest of the board. The only good thing here for Ekop, though, is he does have Power Overwhelming on his Egg to go straight into the Keeper. So you can get a pretty reasonable trade there, and even after that, the swipe isn't too terrible for Ekop as like a response from Hoej.
And Gormok is active. Gormok into Lothab, into buffs. Seems
Into
pretty good.
death.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, this feels pretty good. There's I think you want to play Gormok while you can, right?
Yeah,
like Dark
absolutely.
Eyed Dwarf is +2 and a 4/4. Gormok's a +4 and a 4/4. So and Gormok has a much stricter condition for its damage. So I like just Gormok here while you can push the damage, and suddenly Hoej's under quite a lot of pressure. And as you said, the follow up from Lothab's going to be really strong.
So swipe literally does nothing. Swipe.
I say the
kills.
follow up from Lothab. He could just Dark Eyed Dwarf Power Overwhelming depending on what the board looks like.
So what do you do? Like if you play the 2/4 and kill the 3/2, you take almost the same. I think Keeper is better than a swipe for sure. You take the 3/2 out of the board and you build up a 2/4. You can kill the Void Caller as well with your Shade, and then you invite Ekop to trade into your minions and hope that you stole the game. If you go for like swipe does nothing. And
yeah, I agree. Swipe because of that Void Caller. Like the swipe's so rough because it's not like he can swipe and then even in like a bad trade run the Shade into one of the higher value minions. So I think Keeper the Grove is actually the best play. Take 2 minions off the board and hope Ekop doesn't have anything too heavy to punish this.
with regards to attacking the Void Caller or not attacking Void Walker, this means that Hoej wants to get even more value with the Shade, and attacking the Void Walker would only take 1 power off board, where he can use this Shade a bit better next turn.
Yeah, that's okay because I guess he's potentially got the swipe into hero power next turn to put some remove some of the lesser minions and maybe kill off this Gormok and be able to, so he could like next turn he could swipe, run the 2/4 into the 1/2 of the thing, and then hero power down to 2/2 for example. So this is setting up for a reasonable turn and still protecting the Shade as well.
So it's basically over. The only card that Hoej can play this turn is Azuric, and it doesn't do anything. And then Ekop has +6 damage, which means he has at least 12. No, wait, 17. It's just it's just too much.
Yeah. And then now, like, the issue of the Void Caller not being dead is a huge problem because this Shade is still only running into a 1/3.
Alright, so a very fast game and a fast win from Ekop, and with a very good matchup for him. But this is far from over. Both players still have 2 decks. We're playing best of 5 Conquest, so they need to win with the other ones. Ekop still needs to bring that Patron Warrior, and Hoej needs to bring that Druid again.
Yeah, I think this is for Ekop a good win. The fact that it was just quick and, let's be honest, relatively easy. Like Ekop just steamrolled in with Zoo, because the previous match Ekop was visibly frustrated at the way that the Patron Warrior versus Secret Paladin went. So getting just a quick win and suddenly like erases the sort of negative feeling, and maybe that might put him off his play a little bit.
I just noticed a Pikachu behind Hoej.
Oh yeah, nice. I'm surprised his bird isn't with him. I normally watched him play Hearthstone. His bird funnily enough, called Pidgey.
Oh.
So Hoej being a Pokemon fan, clearly.
I think I've seen it a couple of times. He streams with it, right?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. So yeah, Hoej, Pokemon fan. Learn something new every day, or at least confirm something.
And a great player, a champion, winning by Game House Cup, top 4 DreamHack Winter, European Championships as well. Really good run.
Yeah, and he's. I have no doubt this will be another big year for him as he the new format of maybe reduced invites and more open tournaments. Hoy's proven quite often, such as in DreamHack Winter, that he can steamroll open tournaments pretty hard.
And he's again playing his favorite lineup almost. Like his main core lineup that brought him the biggest success was Paladin, Druid, and what was the third deck he was playing? Hunter.
What in DreamHack?
No, even before, like
no.
Affinities and the.
Yeah, it was Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah. Now he had to swap it and to Shaman, which is really similar when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are picking Shaman as the sort of high damage, hyper aggro deck, and can't really blame him when we saw what Hoy did to RDU in the previous match. So this matchup, though, is definitely going to be a little bit rough for Hoy. The Innovate out onto Shredders, okay, but when it just gets answered this hard, this is when Druid really starts to lose out.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Overall, a really good matchup for the Tempo Mage. Cards like Mirror Entity, Flame Cannon, and just simple minions. They bring enough value to set up it really well. But the good news for Hoy is that he will be able to play around Mirror Entity with Keeper of the Grove. Just giving your opponent a 2/4 is fine, because sometimes you're just locked with Lotheb or Dr. Boom in your hand and you can't play it.
Yeah, and definitely, and it's probably, other than Darnus' Aspirant, the best minion in the whole Druid deck that you can give to a Mage Mirror Entity. This is a nice play from Hoy, using that Savage Roar and clearing off the Scientist whilst keeping a minion of his own on the board. And 2/3 is pretty awkward. It'll either eat a Frostball or get left. And Ekop's probably wanting to play the second Mad Scientist to get the other secret on board, because we did see it was a duplicate as well.
Yeah, he is playing one, so do you think he's going to get the Wrathguards?
Oh my, imagine duplicate Wrathguard.
Oh man, it's possible. What is the secret? I think that is actually duplicate, because did he run like one counterspell?
I thought, well, I think we only saw one, right? But I thought it was a Mirror Entity duplicate. We're about to find out, though.
Yeah, if that's actually a duplicate, I think that's, that's a good minion at 4/3, but then taking damage to face while you play it is not the best.
Yeah. Do you think running the Kraken's worth, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise the Wrathguard kills your minion with higher health, so is Hoy weighing up whether he wants to give him 2 Wrathguards?
I think that's the question he's asking himself right now, because is he thinking about effigy though? Like, effigy is a possibility as well.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's working out whether he can deal with chain Wrathguards, because next turn I suppose just playing Druid of the Claw is reasonable. But the Wrathguards are actually good minions in themselves. The drawback is obviously the fact that they can they take the damage, pass it on to the hero as well. But they are are they 2 mana 4/3s?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like just suddenly following up this turn. If you killed that, 2 mana 4/3s against just the Keep to Grow feels pretty rough.
But on the other hand, was there a big difference between a 2/4 and a 2/3? And he did deal that damage to face, and he is racing here. So a pretty good turn for Hoy, where Ekop didn't do much. He did clear the board, but a simple 2/2 on board doesn't do a lot. You have to consider a Mirror Entity though, because this Mad Scientist is going to bring one. And now Hoy has 2 good minions in hand.
Yeah, this is really weird as well, because what's going to be awkward is this seems to be duplicate. So you're going to duplicate, although Ekop's going to get the Mirror Entity. If he charged the Scientist then, for example, just to get it off the board, then he's going to duplicate Scientist, which is actually bad for Ekop.
So do you give Ekop? I think you can give Ekop an Azure Drake, I guess. But then you'll have double spell damage. And you might be forced to just try to go to face and finish Ekop with a combo before he finishes you. But if you give him the 4/4, he's in a good shape. If you go for the Shade, you give Ekop a free Shade that he can use as well.
And also the Druid, until the Shade's revealed, the Druid has no real way to deal with it as well. Because there's no powerful enough AoE to kill it even after a couple of turns, so never mind later on. So Ekop has the option to just leave the Shade if it was given to him. So he's still in a pretty reasonable position with the either this Druid of the Claw trades into the 4/4, or if not, he has Flame Wake, Mana Worm, Arcane Blast, which is pretty reasonable.
He might consider going for face with the Living Roots for free damage, just to use the damage right now. I think the only way for him to win the game is to try to rush Ekop, and he might.
Yep, and that looks like the play.
But he's going for the dudes instead. That might punish him a bit, because I remember one game he was actually off damage. He had Ekop at 18 and he wasn't able to finish it. And now, because he didn't go for face, a Savage Roar Force of Nature will not win it if the board is being cleared consistently.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. And the thing is with the 1-1s, it always feels bad as well when you putting 1-1s on the board against Tempo Mage. Because this we can see, obviously, and you can't play around these cards all of the time, but Flame Waker is so good at clearing this kind of board up.
The good part, though, is you can actually play the Shade, which hopefully will survive, and you can, on this turn, you can Hero Power Face for 1, and then on turn 8, you can Hero Power Face for 1 as well. And hopefully put your opponent for 14. But Hoej decides to go for the minions and takes his chances that there are not enough spells in hand.
Yeah, the Shade even feels rough here because of the potential of the Flame Waker just killing it with the extra thing. So it's really rough. Like Shade Wrath feels okay with like Hero Power maybe, but then like when you just think if that's the only minion on the board, like I'm in some major trouble. Even Arcane Intellect Fireball. It's going to be pretty reasonable.
Well, Ekop knows that he wants to clear the board, and he gets a Flame Cannon, so that's one of the tools to deal with the Shade. If he gets rid of the Shredder here, but then he also needs to find a way to kill Hoej before he drops to 14, and Hoej has a chance to combo him out. Can you just clear the minions, attacking into the Shredder, then killing whatever drops off Shredder. Oh man, that's an annoying minion to face.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's a little bit more awkward to clear up, which kind of sucks. Flame Cannon does go onto the Shade there. It pokes 2 for face and choosing to actually kill off the creeper, do a ping to clear off the 1/1 as well, and I'm surprised he didn't actually just clear the board. I suppose this actually sets up... does this set up lethal? It's close.
He will have 7, 11, plus 3, 14. Really close, like if he gets a spell, there's a possibility of lethal. But what Hoej has to do, he has to play the Shade of Nextramus and then kill the Flame Waker to protect his Shade and really hope for... Force of Nature, or will Druid of the Claw be lethal as well? So Druid of the Claw will be 6, then Shade will be 5, 11 plus... not really.
It's kind of a rough one. Emperor doesn't really do too much. I mean, he's not even playing it actually. He's just gonna try and set up for this.
Yeah, the thing is, like he tried to increase his chances to get Force of Nature, and he hopes there is not enough damage to get lethal this turn. In fact, with Fireball for 7, it won't be enough. But if he gets enough hits to face, maybe. That's 6 damage from minions. He needs to 7 for Fireball. It really depends. Yeah.
Ooh, Arcane Blast is still going to be decent to clear up the board though.
And 7 plus
Where
6.
are the pings?
1 damage off. So this means that Hoej still has a chance. If he gets Force of Nature, he can win the game.
Oh, that's so crazy. And what's Hoej gonna draw?
That's Dr. Boom. So not really. Not yet.
I can see.
And Ekop takes game number 3. That was really stressful for him.
Yeah, and again, like this game was pretty close. So again, a favoured matchup for Ekop, but the game was by no means like a steamroller or anything like that. So pretty close one. But Ekop's now 1 win away, and he has his Patron Warrior to fall back on as his last deck.
Yep, and Patron Warrior has to win versus Shaman and Druid, and I believe both matchups are pretty good for Ekop.
Yeah, he's probably feeling pretty reasonable. But then again, Druid, Hoej's definitely not out of it, right? Both decks have the capability to kill Patron. It only takes Patron to have a bit of a rough draw, as we've seen so far tonight with some of the other players and Ekop, where if you just don't get the nice sort of combos early on, it's can be really hard to come back.
There is a weapon for the Aspirant though, so I would say it's an okay start for Ekop.
Yeah, it's looking pretty reasonably good, even with the Dread Corsair as well. If he has to like turn 2, just armor Dread Corsair up if he feels the need.
All right, starting with a simple armor up. No reason to play the weapon yet, and then there is the Aspirant that he will just clear with the weapon easily, and he can still play the Corsair as you mentioned. So that's super powerful actually.
Yeah, and even Ekop already having the Deathbite to follow up with is pretty huge. And Deathbite pretty much like the key card. I'll be really interested to see what happens when Standard kicks in and Deathbite is gone, because it feels like just such a powerful card for Warrior that's super keen Patron, but also just as important in Control Warrior and pretty much any Warrior deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that would be a very interesting time in the future. But for Hoej, he is in a bad position. If he goes for Shredder coin, he will not have a great play on turn 4, only a swipe, which is not the best. And then double Force Nature and Saboteur is not something you want to have versus Warrior. You want to pressure the Warrior with the big minions, with any minions. But now,
Yeah,
what do you
and
even do?
the problem is as well, the Shredder like almost certainly dies, and the Corsair might actually live as well, because you'd run the face in to the first part of the Shredder, and then the Corsair trade with anything that comes out if relevant. So it's the Shredder just feels like too slow, but I suppose there's nothing else to do, is there? That's the problem.
Well,
Hoej kind of has to do something.
absolutely, and there is still a chance you get something like Millhouse Mana Storm, which is a bit more tough to deal with, or
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer to block the turn. Yeah, there's a lot of outcomes. And that's
Yeah,
just the
Doomsayer can at least clear up the Corsair potentially, but we'll see what does come out. He takes 4 to the face, and it's a Murloc. Nice.
So it's really good for Ekop here. And Hoej still doesn't have a turn 4 play, like a good one. You know, what
Yeah,
about
it's just
Ekop though? Like, he has the Death Bite, it's great. He can push, but he is missing draw, potentially. Doesn't have patrons as well.
Yeah, I think that the positive thing with Ekop, he has 2 Death Bites, so for now at least, just to buy some time, he can actually use Death Bites to remove the Druid minions, which, the weapon's really good at, right? Like, so much extra damage, and because he has Slam and Whirlwind as well, he can actually push that extra damage to kill something like Druid of the Claw or Thorison, depending on as and when they come down. Hoej does manage to clear up just about, but again, just gives Ekop the board. And Ekop now maybe got too many weapons. He's gone War Axe into Death Bite, 1 War Axe. So maybe Ekop's like, 1 game, too many minions, 1 game, too many weapons. Strike a balance, Ekop, and you'll be fine.
That's right. And like, if Ekop whiffs here, if he doesn't draw any pressure, maybe Hoej will actually have enough time to get that Thorison to work. And the unstable goal is not great. So do you really throw your Whirlwind away and try to kill the Shade as it's young?
It's definitely worth consideration, because again, like I said, you have the second Death Bite, and you have a Ghoul as an additional Whirlwind effect. And this time, he's not even drawn a Patron, so it's not like he's going to Patron anytime super soon. But he has gone with the more standard play of just playing the Ghoul, playing it a bit safe and saving that weapon for a bit more damage, because yet again, the 4 damage to face against the Druid doesn't really do too much. You've got no minions to push lethal, so...
Interesting. Hoej might actually not play Thorison here. Just swipe the Ghoul, go face with the hero power, and pass. Because you deny the possible Whirlwind for patrons. And then one of the chance to win the game is also to get maybe a second Saboteur and then slam Thorison. And double combo is 28. Especially if you keep the Shade growing. Just to keep the Shade for the lethal.
Yeah, Warrior can't really deal with a growing Shade. Chaining that many Whirlwinds is very difficult, especially when Hoej isn't presenting him any minions to actually attack. And I think you're right. I think Swipe might be reasonable, because a lot of the time, unless you can pull off Azure Drake Swipe and it's perfect against the Patron board that's out, Swipe doesn't normally do too much in this matchup.
Alright, Hoej goes for the Thorison to have his turns a bit better, so this also makes sense. Like, getting the combo reduced. He might go for double combo if he gets an Innervate, but he doesn't have to. Like, even if he gets the second Saboteur, he still will have a good way, and a Swipe is going to deal some damage. Ekop is taking 5 here, just attacking to the Thorison, so dropping a bit lower.
Ekop's probably really happy to see this Acolyte. It's like, yes! Something that will draw me more cards at last.
Battle Rage is drawing even more cards.
Okay, so this is where Ekop can start to run away with this game. Even though the Thorison got good reductions onto the Force of Nature and the Savage Roar, then it might just get to the point where Hoej can't really afford to just, combo and then play a Force of Nature, because Ekop's going to be out of range of that damage, at least for now. And the Shredder's going to be a good follow-up for the next turn to, again, just be able to just play a minion.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, Hoej has a lot of damage potential in his hand. And just trying to put Ekop in range, right? That's what he has to do.
Yeah, the Zero Drake's reasonable, and Lotheb's going to be good to lock out the potential for, doing anything crazy patrons like further up, because we imagine we're probably going to see the Death Bite. Yeah, it's so clean to kill the Zero Drake, there's almost no reason not to, and Grom is now in hand for Ekop, so he does have potential to actually push this game now.
Yeah, he has some damage there, so mostly with, at the moment, how much is it on board? It's 9 plus 10, 19 damage. Not in range yet. But for Hoej, he will be able to play Lotheb to block some spells. Or maybe even, can he somehow charge and swipe and put Ekop in lethal range? Is there any way to do that here? Not really, not yet. So maybe just
it feels a little bit risky, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I think I don't hate Lotheb. Just slamming Lotheb, blocking the spells, and hope that Ekop actually goes for the Lotheb, unless you swipe the minions, or maybe even swipe face play Lotheb.
Yeah, Hoy's definitely got a lot of options, and all the options they all feel like okay, don't they? None of them feel like a clear choice here. So it looks like it is going to be Force of Nature, but he chooses to Savage Roar.
So this is interesting. Hoej did his math, and he sees that he will actually have 10 damage next turn, easily. And now if Ekop cannot taunt or heal, he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, there's 19 from Ekop. With the attacking, the minion attack and the Grom. And even with like an Inner Rage, it's still not enough to kill Hoej. So this is actually pretty brutal. I mean, does he have to just Whirlwind now or something? Does he have to like double draw from the Acolyte just to try and get something that saves him here?
Vitality Totem from the...
Yeah, slam and attack.
Yeah, so you slam your Shredder, you attack the Shredder, then you Whirlwind, and you try to get something, right? Like, well, you will draw, and then obviously Vitality Totem is the play. Something like an Annoyatron would be nice.
By the way, we're like, yeah, the play is definitely to get something insane out of Shredder. A lot of games come down to that, which is pretty scary, but we'll see what happens. We get one draw from the Acolyte. And it's going to be a patron again. Too little, too late maybe at this point.
If he gets an unstable goal, he can still play it. And that's a Whirlwind, so not really. He goes for the Whirlwind though. Did he manage to do it? Okay, so if that's an Annoyatron... Oh, Ekop was laughing, so what did he get? What did he get?
Wait, they let the animations
Vitality
catch up. Yeah,
Totem! He actually
Oh
got
my
Vitality
God.
Totem! Oh my god. But there is
What
an
were we
Innervate, so
saying?
that might be enough anyway. 8,
Oh my God.
13. It's is it 1 off?
So, hang on. You can go. Oh my God.
Did this just happen? Like, Vitality Totem save? Really, Shredder? Really? You always hope for the best cards to get, and you've actually got it.
I mean, I think Hoy's still okay, right? He can Lotheb Innovate Druid of the Claw Taunt, which locks out any proc for Grom.
Yeah, but then you had a kill.
Yeah, but then next turn, so what? It'll take all 4 of the patrons to clear the board.
Yeah.
Maybe you can keep 1 patron alive, but you can't really afford to face tank anything, right?
Yeah, but
And
you have slams, right?
Yeah, but with Lotheb down.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so Lotheb Innovate Druid of the Claw and Taunt feels okay because then he still has Force of Nature swipe, right?
Yeah,
and he
that's
might draw a Savage Draw. So there is potentially still has this, but Ekop definitely did do the RNG thing and get the Vitality Totem exactly when needed to avoid lethal.
Oh man. And now how much damage is that without the taunt?
Oh, charge.
6, 12, plus 7? That's 19, so that's it. So
Yeah,
I
it's
hope there is
crazy.
no Grom and no Activator there. But on the back of the Vitality Totem. Ekop takes the match, takes the game, and advances to the top 8. And Hoej is eliminated. Wow, that finish, Raven.
I know. I think come standard, there will be a reasonable sum of players that are happy that Shredder is no longer played in the most common competitive format. Because I feel sorry for Hoej that it came down to a Shredder deciding that match. But really good job for Ekop. He played quite well. So, you know, just another good group set overall.
Absolutely. So that's day B, and that was a really good day. We had Ekop and Pavel advancing to the top 8. To playoffs, and then we have Hoej and RDU eliminated. Tomorrow we take a break, but on Thursday we're back with Group C, and then on Friday we have Group D. $10,000 prize pool, 5,000 for the winner, and we are doing good, man. Like, it's a really nice tournament so far.
Yeah, really nice to see the different styles in which the players bring lineups. I mean, Ekop's looks like his lineup is very focused towards, you know, certain decks he thinks the other players are going to bring, whereas some other players, such as Hoej, for example, that we've just seen, as we discussed previously, is taking lineups he's super comfortable with, and are also good decks. I mean, Hoej's played Secret Paladin pretty much since Mysterious Challenger came out. He does like his Druid, another staple of his lineups most commonly, and did flick to Shaman, but, you know, overall pretty secure lineups for Hoej to take.
Absolutely, and we still have a lot of good Hearthstone in front of us. So that will be it for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you, Raven, for casting with me. Always a pleasure. And that would be it. So big shout out to our sponsors, G2A, SteelSeries, Twitch. Any final words, Raven?
No, just same. Just to echo what you've said. A really good tournament so far. Really looking forward to the next 2 groups that will continue Thursday and Friday this week. So for everyone watching, be sure to check it out.
All right, thank you guys. See you on Thursday.